it means to flee.
To run.
To run, to take off your shoe and just run. So that's what Japa means. And in the context where it is being used today, it's a serious issue because it has shifted from just fleeing, but to a very massive migration of individuals, families leaving Nigeria.
Okay, let's take it from the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who said the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. Do you believe it will stop? Or it has to stop? Do you believe it has to stop?
Well, to me, I believe it has to stop. The reason is because there's an adage, and I believe it's true, that says there's no place like home. Okay? Yes, there's no place like home. So it has to stop. But before we say let it stop, what are the basic amenities on ground for it to happen that it should stop? Because the truth is that our leaders, they have actually failed us. They have failed this nation since from inception. So they have not laid down anything reasonable for anybody to look at and say, the slightest opportunity to Japa, I will not. There's nothing. There's nothing. Are we talking about economic hardship? There's nothing that somebody will finish school and there's no job. Even when you get a job, you are underpaid. So they prefer to go and take manual job down there because the
president who says the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop.
Yes.
In Nigeria has to stop.
Yes and no. Yes, if the government put the basic things on ground. Have they asked themselves, why are these youths and families, now it's no longer youth, so anybody that has the opportunity to Japa, the person will just, with the family, not even minding what they're going through out there. So I'm of the opinion that it should stop, but based on the ground that the government are ready to put on the ground that the government are ready to put on the basic things, the schools, our hospitals, I mean, the roads, our electricity, all this has to be in place so that people who are jackbarring will stop. Because everybody wants good thing. You want a good life. Go to our hospitals today. It's either the doctors that are on strike, the nurses that are on strike. Go to our schools. You know, I can remember how long I spent in school. A course that was meant to be 4 years. I ended up spending 5 years plus. So is this the country that we are telling our children to stay back? So our government that will hear us today, please, if you want us to stop jackbarring, if that word is correct, please put the basic things in place. Let our country work. We have all that it takes for us to succeed in this country.
Yes.
And we are very hard work. Nigerians are very hardworking people. So if the basic things are in place, if our electricity is in place, Nigerians will not run away.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So as a young lady, Chinyere, if you have the opportunity to Japa today, will you Japa?
Thank God you asked me this question. Because on social media, when people, talk down on Nigeria, maybe because I'm a journalist, I usually, look at what they're actually criticizing and I make my position to say, okay, yeah, the government may not be doing right in this area, but there are these other areas too that they are doing okay. So let's do check and balance. So everything cannot be totally bad. If it's all totally bad, I mean, we won't even survive. It will be a revolution. So because nothing is not totally bad, that's why we're still here. So for me as a young person, me personally, I believe in Nigeria. Honestly, I do, because of my the job I do. I am privy to so many information. So I have this idea that Nigeria can work.
Yeah.
It's just that our leaders do not have this political will, to
Go
make
straight
things,
to my question.
to make you have the opportunity
to Japa
if I have
today,
opportunity to Japa, to leave Nigeria, it to be on a good course, not to just leave and I don't want to come back. Maybe to further my education or to do something and, improve on what I already have. And then I come back and impart in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your take on the Japa situation.
Yes.
Let me come to you, Gift. As a mother, if there's an opportunity to send your child abroad for school, with the situation of Nigeria today, would you take that option?
I will. 100% I will. I will not hesitate at all. I will not hesitate because I fear for the next generation. The way things are going. I actually fear for the next generation. What are the things that we have on ground that they will leverage on in their generation? Because it's really paining me, honestly. So I will not hesitate that any of my children, all of them, they're them japa. You understand? Because look at it. Even infrastructure, nothing. Sometimes I just sit down and say, God, is it that some people will start, will start living under the bridge because the government have not even made any accommodation, even a low cost, that people will access. Landlords are increasing rent every day. I'm telling you, it's alarming. So let them japa.
Okay, Esther.
Yeah.
I asked her if she has opportunity for her children to go school abroad. If she will. Okay, you are a proprietress.
Yes.
Even though you don't want me to mention
Okay.
you are an administrator, an educationist. Okay. So you advise parents on the activities of the children academically.
Yeah.
Now she has answered as a mother. You as a proprietress, would you advise parents if they walk up to you and say, listen, my child is going to be passing out from secondary school and I'm looking towards sending that child abroad to go to school. What would you advise me?
For me, because I was once in that situation when my daughter finished her secondary school. So my husband, I personally wanted to send her out, but my husband was of this opinion, no, she's not fully matured, because then she was around 15, 16. So if I'm to counsel a parent as at today, I'll tell the parents, let the child finish in the first degree in Nigeria. Before then, or after first degree, the child is emotionally, mentally matured. So that, because we are talking about jackbarring. A lot is going out there that is not healthy for our children. 15, 16, you want to send the child out there to stay all alone. At that age, the child is still young. There's certain decision that the child will take at the end of the day might bounce back negatively. So for me, as an administrator, I would say, allow that child to finish the first degree in Nigeria. He or she can go out there for a master's. Except you have a reliable person that is going to monitor the activities of that child out there.
Okay, will you still give such an advice even with the situation of what is going on right now in Nigeria? Be honest to yourself.
This is what of course, this was about 4-5 years ago, which the situation has not really changed. Like it's worsening, exactly. I put a clause. If you have a family member, a trust friend that will monitor the activity of the child out there, you can release. But in a situation whereby you're just sending your child to Canada, 15 years, 16 years, to UK, to America, all alone.
A lot of family will not want to agree with you.
I know.
Because me sitting down here, I'm one of those family that will not want to agree.
I agree,
because
absolutely.
I know I took my son abroad when he was just 16, and he is doing so well right now. So it's a thing of, for me, well, I am not against it.
That's what I'm saying. Opinion differs, okay? So this is personal. I want my child to be emotionally, mentally matured, that can take decisions, certain decisions for himself or herself. So this is me as of today. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. So, but as at this time and point, this is what I would advise. And this is the decision I would take for myself.
Okay, that's your decision, and that's what you'll be advising parents that comes to your school,
Yeah.
or parents that wants
Come
to
to
seek
me.
your advice,
Yeah.
okay, on the Japa syndrome thing. But I don't think a lot of Nigerians will want to agree with that because of the situation of things going on right now, especially in our education sector. Anyway, we're going to be continuing this when we come back from our short break. Please sit. Back, it's still WIC Women in Conversation. We were discussing JAPA Part 2 because we had JAPA discussion earlier on before. So we're continuing it because Nigerians wanted to really, really understand this JAPA syndrome. And we had the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who says this JAPA syndrome should stop in Nigeria. Coming from a president who probably his children are not here in Nigeria, probably not schooling here in Nigeria, and he's saying that the JAPA syndrome should stop. Well, I don't know how Nigerians are going to see President Goodluck Jonathan on this issue. But we sitting here representing some Nigerians, we're going to be looking at the JAPA syndrome. Let me come back to you, Chinyere. If a man from abroad finds love in you and decides to come take you, with your stand that you believe that Nigeria will be better, Nigeria will work again, would you ask him to come back home? Because there's also what they call Japada. You've heard of it.
Yes.
So will you ask him to Japada so you both can be in love in Nigeria that will work again?
Well, that question will come if I have something I've already built here that is very strong, that me leaving Nigeria may affect the business.
No, you said earlier on
Yes.
that because of the kind of work that you do, you have a lot of information and then you believe that Nigeria will work again. So basing on that, you have the faith that Nigeria will work again. Would you ask him to come back home so that you all can build Nigeria together?
Okay, I see. I understand the kind of question you're asking. But then, well, what I have now, what I'm doing right now, I think I will go with him. I'll go with him.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I got you there. I honestly wanted to get
you me.
Yes.
You misunderstood
Okay.
me. That I said Nigeria will work does not mean that, like, is how do I put it now? Like, right now, is all, I don't even know how to put it right now. Like, that I said Nigeria will work.
Does not mean it's working now.
Does not mean it's working the way we want this to work. But it's a futuristic opinion that
Nigeria would work.
I look at.
Okay,
I look at.
I looked at why I asked that question. It's because you say, because of the kind of job that you have right now in Nigeria, you are opportuned to have data. You have some information that some of us don't have, and then because of that, even when the JAPA, because I asked if you have the opportunity, if the opportunity to JAPA comes to you, would you want to go? And you said no because of your kind of job. So it means that if Nigeria is working for you already. So that's why I asked, if you have a man out there who finds love in you, would you advise him to come back home, Japada, so that it's
No, I think maybe you misunderstood what I said initially. What I was trying to portray is that, Japa in the context that we're talking about, is relocating.
Yes, yeah.
Relocating finally.
Yes.
For me, I wouldn't want to relocate finally. Not that I cannot relocate. I can relocate on a temporal, arrangement. Like I want to go and do a master's. Then I come back.
Okay, now if you find love.
But if I find love,
yes.
Why not? I will join him over there. I will join him.
You won't want him to Japan.
I wouldn't want him to come, but if he wants to come and build something here, I will encourage him to come and build it. And like I was trying to say earlier, like if I have strong something that I have, maybe like I've established a company, something strong. Like right now, I'm still employed. Like I'm still working under somebody. Like it's not like my establishment. It's not a company that I own. So it's easier for me to leave and travel. But if I have something strong here, very strong that is, giving me money, I can encourage him to come here, or we'll find a way to do it. I don't know, my opinion might be somehow, but
that's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so let's move on to Jackpada. There's also the Jackpada syndrome, which is not that much, but we have people who also have gone and tested, and then they work for them with Jackpada. What would be your advice of a Nigerian who had sold probably their property, their homes, because a lot of Nigerians do that now. They sell their property to go, and then they get there, it's not working out the way it's supposed to work out. Will you advise that person to come back and face it in Nigeria? Or you will ask the person, stay put there and dig it out like every other person? What will your advice be?
Well, sometimes people who are already there, even though things are not working out well for them, they coming back to them is like shame. They don't want to come and face the shame, at all. But it's in two ways. If they can still persist, if they know they will still persist.
Gift, you have the plan to Japan. So President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former president of Nigeria, is referring to you.
Okay.
You have every plan to Japan. Because you are saying if you can persist,
yes,
sit down there.
Sit down. Yes.
Make you not come back.
No, if you can persist, because you have already given up everything here. So what are you coming back to fall on? You understand? So it could be frustrating. Some of them, when they come, they might even want to suicide and thinking of something else to do to themselves that is bad. So they should, since they're already familiar with the issue over there, they should persist. For me, they should persist and push further.
Okay, to you, Esther, now there's this there was this thing happening, especially in the UK, abroad generally, but especially in the UK, where families leave Nigeria, sell the property like we have just said, and then maybe one of them is a dependent and going to school for masters, like she said, and then I carry my husband and children. And then we've heard and seen when they get there, most of these women start to misbehave because they already know the law, what they gain, that the law favors them over there, and they begin to misbehave. Most times sends their husbands out of the home. Let me know. Is it a good thing? Before I go to what the UK government has just passed now.
Is it a good thing for the women to
do that? Yes.
Well,
so someone said probably she has been bearing a whole lot of things in the marriage. And then when she got there, it's like, okay,
this is opportunity.
I want to show you.
Yes.
Is it a good thing to do?
The question is somehow it's not a good thing per se, and again it depends on what the man also display out there. Nigerian men believe that women are second-class citizens in court. Anyway, not all. So they believe that going over there, it could be the same character he was exhibiting here in Nigeria is the same thing he's displaying out there. So if that is the way for the woman to have some relief, she'll feel. But for me, it's wrong. She should not do that.
Okay, so I think the white people now knows that it is very, very wrong, because some of these men, you just find them in their place of work dead. I'm sure it's the stress from the house. And then when they chase you out on the street in abroad, it's not a place where you want to run to. I have one uncle or one auntie somewhere, and they get frustrated. So, but sometimes when they go to work, you just find them there. I guess that's what, brought about this law that was passed just last week or 2 weeks ago, where the British government have said that if you come in to our country as a partner, as a family, as a couple, you must remain a couple. If you divorce, we send every one of you back home. Okay, so that's a very, very good one coming from the British government, because of the kind of things that our women are beginning to do out there. Okay, so let's go back to President Ebele Jonathan. Let's understand how do you feel this coming from a man that definitely his children are not in Nigeria? Do you think it's a good advice, or that the Japa syndrome in Nigeria should stop and stop now? Do you think it's a good and a strong advice coming from someone that we all know, of course, his children are not there?
Well, like I said, honestly, his idea is good, but I think it's coming from I don't know how to put it, but
from leadership.
because
he's a leader.
He's a leader. It's
Mhm.
coming from a leadership perspective. You understand? So me, I feel they as leaders, they should be the first to lay down the examples of what they want us to do, as to not japa. You understand? Okay, their children are over there. You understand? Their children are over there. Okay, their children are over there, and the masses, we all are here. Their children are not even partaking from all that is happening. If any headache, they will take them overseas. They are not even accessing the medical facilities that they themselves are not concerned about. You understand? So I don't know how you want that to happen. And sincerely, I don't know.
Okay. One word to the youths out there on Japa.
Do what works for you, our youths. If for you to japa is the best thing, do it. But then if you can survive in Nigeria of today, stay back.
For the sake of the insecurity, one word for those that want to japa.
For if you want to japa, if you're very convinced that you want to japa, do it. I mean, you're very convinced that that place will work for you. It's good that you japa and just go and be okay.
Okay, gift. For those that sells their property and want to japa, what's your advice for them?
If you have sold everything and there's nothing that you come back to fall back to, it persists.
Don't
Push. Don't
No,
japada.
Okay, japada
Don't
is coming
japada.
back.
Push. Persist and let God help you.
Push in a positive way.
Yes.
Don't listen to give to one If you have sold property and japa and it's not working, please come back home. Come back home so you don't drop dead while you're pushing. You understand how difficult it is out there too. But to our government, one word to our government. Please, just one word to our government.
Government, wake up and fix Nigeria.
Our government, our city government to make infrastructures, insecurity and all of these things, they should resolve it so that Nigerians will feel safe in their home and not have any reason to japa.
I will say to our government, please be sensitive and listen to the heartbeats of the people, the cry of the people, and especially the youths. Bring them to the corridor of governance. Let them also have a say. Let them also have their own thing as youths. Let new things be introduced so that we know the difference.
Thank you, Gift. I think you're also a politician. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on board today. Anyway, to those youths out there that want to japa, do it the right way. If you want to go to school abroad, it's okay when you go to school abroad. It's very, very okay if you can afford it. Don't kill people to want to do that and don't break your back to do that. I remain Patricia Oyonigabos. Thank you for staying tuned today with us on Dead Blue
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
Maniga tevina damema, salo baga tevina damema o magbo. Damaniga tevina damema, salo baga tevina damema magbo. Damaniga tevina damema, o salo baga tevina damema o magbo. Ah, mama, how are you? Damaniga tevina damema. Osalo bama tevi no dame ma wagbon. Damaniga tevi no dame ma. I don't go. I dey for street for Benin City. I dey stay south Nigeria. Damaniga tevi no dame ma. Salo baga tevi no dame ma o wagbon. Damaniga tevi no dame ma. Salo baga tevi no dame ma wagbon. However, I dey for Oba market. You go see I'm saying the state government now don't they change the Oba market. This side now they don't talk so much they come out to. Make I even enter. Agree to you know you say they want build here. You never you say they want build here now.
They want build the hug the working laws. You want let women come out. Women they pay school fees. Women they pay house rent. Where is it we go?
People, your colleague, they don't feel drive they come out, they outside, they don't, you know, say they don't pay
okay,
that.
as rain and sun, they beat us, beat the sun, una like her.
Okay, you know what, make we change this urban market to modern market?
Okay, where will they go? Now be the answer. Where will they go?
Okay.
Yeah, now see, yeah, don't tight.
Don't shock, don't shock.
Yeah, now, yeah, don't tight. As yeah, don't tight now. This woman go bring me a coffee in front. He go green. Okay, road there yeah, again. Now, ugly people that they come now, come collect their money. That they come, they now say we women they suffer.
So, but government say they make una give the chance, make they build this place again.
So quick like that. If they say okay, then Chuchu say okay, make they build that. 3 months, may we go stay. Later, may we come back. That one a different case. Since they go come say they want build that now, 1 year we go there.
That one when they take that is 1 year when they build that.
It don't pass so. It don't pass so.
Damaniga tevi no dame ma.
Salo bona pa ma ata ma.
Salo boya tevi no dame ma o wagbon. I don't go. I dey for street for Benin City. As you dey watch am, share am. As you dey watch am, drop your comments. As you dey watch am, like am. Damaniga tevi no dame ma. Salo boya tevi no dame ma o wagbon.
Market. We like as they do the market. As they do the market, may they give us space where we go put all these things. We get children for us now. We don't go chop. As they do there, we like her. Me, I like may they do the market. But may they make provision
Talk to
for
me.
us.
3 days, not gonna give you na me take.
But so no, I don't know why you want to make I talk. You be like say you want to make I cry.
I know, you know if you cry. You know see as a market they consider it where
See, that place where you born, I know what I lose for there. Of a truth, the market is very, very dirty. The market is dirty. We are thanking the governor. As I am now, I'm going home. I don't want to say more than because I've really losing this market. I'm short of words. I don't know. But soon you know me very well. That time that my market born. I know what I've lost in this market. Now I'm going home. I pray that God should just help them. let them lead us well so that we.
Dominiga TV no Davema. Salo Boga TV no Davema. Oh, Bagbo.
What's your name?
Dominiga TV no Davema.
Osalo Boga TV Davema. Bagbo. They should please me and plead. The market is dirty. I want the renovation. They should just help us. And with the market women too, I'm still begging my fellow traders that they should please take it easy so that all those people will place us well. I don't know what to say.
The matter don't tell us. Many of us carry lapo, carry loan till they do business. And now during December, now many of us carry lapo till do business. Now government will promise us, say they go move us batch by batch. From if they finish batch A, they go carry batch B, go the other side.
Okay, this is the way they talk so. Yeah. Not let those people who did there hear this is the way they talk so. They go para for you.
Now we did that side. Now 2 of my show, I bought for hamburger.
Hey.
Anybody who see my face will not say, not be, I know they lie. Now there I've heard it before. 2 of my show, I bought for there. As the born finish, as government said to us, so I don't feel like you. Government said to us, as they said to us finish, we can't move to the other side of the market. Later on, government will come, saying will build the market. He promised us he will build it. Truly, build them. We like the way they build them. Nobody say we not like them. But this side, you not join the side where he born.
You know, I tell you, not the small thing. Now you are doing now. I been carry you last week for moto. And I tell you that say market don't get it. But you don't like the way government they do and they console. You don't see the way the government they build and they. I like the way the government they do. I like and bet. It was good position. Position where we want go. Don't be lying now. Don't be lying. So it was good position where we want go. Choose one. May they renovate here or may you continue to stay like this? No, may they renovate and they'll give us position where to stay. And if they say me you come at night, go affect you. Where? Now to the family now. I not got that work. Don't say you not be widow. No, I not some widow men and widow women. No, not be widow. No, I not be widow. Go for big thing. Amen. I do say, listen now. What to do now?
Ogata, one woman say me I call you there. I store big. He say one show. Governor say I store.
No problem. She should pack it to government house if they want to bring healers. You have to take this machine now to near the police station.
No customer will come.
What see governor they do like good thing. Sure, I mean now we not say not be good thing, but make it find place for us.
Find place for us.
You miss everywhere don't shake around.
No place, no space.
Don't make it do in a good thing.
No space. See, what would they talk be say? Make them give us space. They may we locate to that place. They can't fix here. Now good thing. Now welcome development.
So you now may you suggest space so that fake carry when I go for a side.
No, first try for us.
This market they don't finish that place.
I cannot talk that thing again. No talk. I'm again. No. We not go commission up. We not go launch up. I mean, I say supermarket and police station, everything wanted there.
Huh? What do we go take? What do we go chop? Before that, when the supermarket one day there.
As you don't talk now, go pass your message to. Either you carry this machine to your house or to government house, or I'll give you one room for my house.
I don't want your house. I don't want police station. I don't want government house. Now back at 9 when people they come, now I want. I don't want all those ones.
Our talk can do governor, they try. If they try. Governor where they try, now be. You see make it airport. We know why. We they try. You try.
Another hype man.
You try. They try. We know what.
Oh. Where the woman with the pack? Hey, whoa. Where she did? Pack.
Our governor and better work they do. But the first tell us say go carry us go that side. But now they just come they say make we pass. See my shop now. Just look at put camera. Yeah, one pack and go. Market one day as I don't see where this one there. I don't see where put her. Now one come pack this one go put joiner. When I even do I don't carry that one go out. Where I want put all this one. Make our governor, make he hear our cry. Make he help us, make carry us go down
But
side.
you like the work. You say?
Make he help us, make carry us go there.
People first take that place.
That place where people don't first stay. So, wait now. Some space still there. But I go be 2 to 1.
Okay. As a journalist, I go those people.
2 to 1.
Those people say when the outside, when the outside is there. They say what you know they talk so why try.
Sisters, wait. Echo wagwa. Echo, oh wagwa. God make God touch your heart. If our father, Okpeboro talk say okay, as it be, make we enter there. If not 2 to 1, even not 3 to 1, we fit enter. Because some people don't already get shop there. This side. Like me now, I not get where I want to put this thing now.
Apart from the market, apart from this new market where government they build, come suggest other place where you fit park go.
Hey, like I don't know what we suggest.
You cannot go to Rockpota Hall.
Oh really? Why would I go to Rockpota Hall?
Or you like to go to God? You like to go to government house and be selling this?
We not go government house. I'll take go ma.
I'll sell it for government house.
I'll look for.
Pay contractor wey they do market, they don't do the first phase, now the second phase. Now they don't announce everybody should not be today they everyone announce since January. They say they should move. I don't know what they quarrel for, what they want protest for.
No, the matter be saying government don't talk say as they do they come from that side.
Yes.
Make these people come at
move.
Now their problem be say where they want they.
Baba, I tell you something. Those other people if they come out, they go look for space by themselves. Not be government go find space for them. Now since January, someone has to go find space so that make government do what they want to do.
Make they do the needful.
The needful, that not be bad thing.
What concern you for this matter? What concern you for?
Now we get the matter.
I know say you not be today you did this market.
No say Wasunu. The time where that side born, people will come out on that side. They go inside some for 1 year and 3 months now. We all of us we agree and disagree. Say if this as they don't do this to a finish, people wait that side before. All those hamburger boys with all of them, they'll go that side. Then this one's where they'll go where this one's will come out. That was the arrangement. I surprised now. You don't say we Nigeria will not like fighting. That place where governor will go better for Okpeboro. Where built for us, my brother. If you reach there, who will be where for?
If anybody now,
sister, a toilet we want to Amina say. When kweki, emi no ma, eje manibuwa. That's just the problem. Ni Allah the governor winner. Hey, na wa campaign na election na wa po. Work with my ni Allah wo.
May they calm down.
Ni afe ko be ladia.
Damaniga temi no dame ma.
O no ga.
Salo boyo temi no dame ma o ba bon. Damaniga temi no dame ma. O salo boyo temi no dame ma o ba bon. Damaniga temi no dame ma.
Salo boyo temi dame ma o
ba bon. Our business now. You like this market where government dey build? The market na oga.
Oga no fi ogbe yi. Uparo e ma so ko have you well self.
Damaniga temi no dame ma.
I too trust you.
You know what dey happen now?
I dey hear you.
I don't enter that side since. All those people wey dey there, that side where government say make they come out now.
Yes.
They beg government now. Make government say make they enter here.
For where? They see that kind one. They not fit turn Monday to Tuesday.
They say if you not still agree, make them still give like your store now, you share that into two. The first 2 days first.
That's true.
Until they beat their own finish.
Because the time when they suffer, when they happy, they don't say that turn by turn. The time when they suffer, when we come outside, they call the thing say na lay our head, na government point. They don't know say their own they come. So may everybody be here. We be our own this month, next month June. Now they complete a year when we take the year.
Outside.
All of us were there here. All our glucose is dry. Then now when God call you our own, you all can't believe. Except they want make government begin to carry war. So they fight, government no.
Those people say they not get where they want to go now.
Where we go?
They'll pack their load.
Where we go? Make them go back of market. See government land. This Central Park. If 1 million people go there, it go contain. Make them still go there as we shocking our body. Not see as we dey here. We not dey
talk this one.
Na me because they know wetin dem dey do. For your mind, think am na. we go come say make you think it no be you talk I go swallow you.
And this your former store just now.
For my store,
I may see really well.
They are even good because they don't lose anything. Our own born, market born, like me when they talk, so I lose more than 5 million naira there. They are not born, they are just good thing. They are not born, our own born, because it's suffer join now. They don't come get up for me. I say, even if government tell them make the country, I'll let them come. Maybe government go say, more na enter, if you let them enter.
This market fine like this, so that's why those state government say they want to take finish them. So that's why they say people wait that side, make them come off first, so that this contractor go enter that side. Oh, I be one pass that side go meet you. Come meet me, have fun. So market will they don't scatter my body. Talk to me. They can't report me. No talk. No, I don't want to talk because me, my own. Be say wetin we dey do. Na to build market thing no concern on local government with government. Now they talk to market women. But government doesn't make una enter there now. Now don't give us the contract till na make finish. Now from beginning to the end. If from beginning to the end, you just say na only end the government want do. Now what for you? Beginning to the end. As he find like this, so that so government want me go find this guy. He talking now to governor. It is saying na anyhow government. Or talking and do as he talk. If you like anything you like, you talk about them. Now where they go, now they look. You see that mask where they there, so if now my governor they look at now, he could just go look and go this the end. You say supermarket go there? The second phase. Supermarket go there. Then nursery go there. But don't be small thing, no. Nursery school. Yes, sir. Talk where they put all those small children, all those boys come market, so that to go they say that they go do, they won't go carry pikin go like that. All of them did there. So it's not concerned now. I won't be saying they don't give a contract from the beginning to the end. What will they build? I want that to build. So when we don't they go on now, say I want to allow some people enter here first. No, according to my governor say people when he get this shop, they carry their thing on. That's why I hear. We'll first commissioner first. For lunch am. Okay, thank you. I want enter so I go come out for that side. Enter, check am, go man. Hey! Now, whoa! However, now the new modern urban market with this, some of the traders say yes, they like her. Many of them say they like what the Edo State governor they do, but where they want pack their things go. Meanwhile, people who fed there, they don't dey outside for over 2 years old. Davaniga tevi na davema, salobara tevi na davema o, bagbon. Davaniga tevi na davema, salobara. Fire enter this market because fire now they always they burn this market. Yeah, make I show you. Make I show you. Okay. See the road street. In case fire enter the market straight before it not there. You not see now. We get them plenty. Go see plenty different places. Don't see another one. Don't see one that's all. We are one pass go up. Come. Not show me. Okay. Just show me the road. Agiyu wazalako, agiyu wazalako ikwe kime, agiyu wazalako, agiyu wazalako ikwe kime o, agiyu wazalako. I don't for urban market. Hey, this place like born 3 to 4 years ago. However, those market women when they talk just now, government say they come out there. They want to make that place like this. Motor go dey drive better here. But now lift. How about market traders? Kulu temper. How about market traders? Kulu temper. Comfortable shop, fan, everything. So I don't need to connect my own lighter generator. No. Fan, so you know see the fan? This one off, man. Fire! Wasunu, YTV, fire brigade. They say, Fire. Come give me the water. Make I quench the fire. All over Nigeria. One of the biggest challenge we market the face, the fire. East, west, north, south, fire somewhere every year. But if those markets get this kind of hydro, fire, this is the water that will quench the fire. Drop your comments, share them. I did for the new modern urban markets. Market women, calm down. Agiyuwa zalakon ikwe kiveo. Agiyuwa zalakon urban market. Agiyuwa. Shut up!
Waiting they have. RTV, certainly the best.
Paternity fraud is the intentional misrepresentation of a child's biological father. This deception can have profound emotional, financial, and legal consequences for the man who was misled into believing he is the biological parent, the mother, and the child involved. It's one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution which may arise from simple error, an accident such as mix-up during fertility treatment or a sexual assault. Paternity fraud is a significant and growing concern in Nigeria, driven by societal pressures, infidelity, and increasing accessibility of DNA testing. Recent reports from DNA testing centers suggest that approximately 1 in 4 men who seek paternity tests discover they are not the biological fathers of their presumed children. Paternity fraud is a situation where a woman misleads or deceives a man into believing and accepting he is the biological father of a child. It is a rampant, growing, but underexploited issue in Nigeria with significant ethical, legal, and social consequences. Despite anecdotal evidence suggesting a high percentage of up to 40% in some private DNA testing centers, there is a critical critical research gap in empirical data and logical provision addressing paternity fraud. Existing family laws do not explicitly recognize paternity fraud, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate redistribution, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution for affected individuals. Cultural taboos connected to paternity testing further complicate the issue, as requesting a DNA test is often perceived as distrustful or disrespectful, challenging deeply held cultural values. This study examines the ethical dilemmas, legal gaps, cultural influences, and social impact of paternity fraud in Nigeria.
It's a welcome development. I don't have any issues with it at all. People don't just wake up and demand for DNA tests. It is based on circumstances and issues around relationship and trust. And that is why you see people coming up to say they want to be sure. We've had a whole lot of issues around paternity, both from the male angle and from the female angle. So we've had issues. And the only way you can draw finality or conclusion to it is when you ask for a DNA test. Now, the good thing about DNA test is that it is either 99% or 0%. So it's very easy to know that this is my child and this is not my child. Very easy. And I want to say that for me, I don't have any issues, I don't have any problem. I encourage it, particularly when there are doubts around the issue of birth. I don't see any reason. If there are circumstances and you are demanding for paternity test, if there are no issues, then why are you afraid of it? You shouldn't be afraid when you know your hands are clean. So on the issue of breakages of marriages, of course it will happen. If it happened that it's negative, or it's positive, I mean, and it happened that your suspicions are correct, certainly it will lead to either divorce or separation, basically. I don't think that is a social problem at all, but it will also give you rest of mind to say, yes, either this is my child or not. We must begin to live faithfully with each other. I think that is it. If you know you are not faithful, also you should also know that you can be cut out, basically, that there is a way we can identify and find out if you were faithful in your marriage. And all these things leads to succession as well, property rights and succession rights. So it is not just only paternity issues. It goes a long way when it comes to property devolution, as well as other areas of social issues that we must also look at. You do not want another person's child to inherit your property. So those are the things. You see, it's not something that just ends up with the man and the woman. It goes further than that. And you will also recall that late MKO Abiola, before he died, insisted that a majority of his children should be tested. And that happens. And you all know the result of that test. A lot of those kids or a lot of those children were not his at all. And because of that, they were denied the rights of property inheritance. You see, but of course, he would have done that probably when he was alive. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It should be encouraged in society, and it should be encouraged globally.
It has become a thing that people now practice it because of some reasons. Otherwise, before now, it's assumed that once a woman is pregnant and she's married, that pregnancy belongs to her husband, and eventually the child belongs to the husband. But within some circumstances that you now found that maybe the child is sick and the child is taken to the hospital, he needs blood transfusion, the blood does not rhyme with the supposed father and things like that. I think that's where the idea of doing DNA came about. And you and I know that it can be so disappointing that you are raising a child only for you to discover that that child is not yours. And to avoid all this, that's where they brought the idea of doing DNA. And also, when they want to travel out, well, there are also issues there. So you go to embassy with so much confidence, and at the end of the day, you find that the children you have taken to embassy to get visa, they are not yours. So it's really disheartening. But I want to advise my fellow women, let us be truthful to our husbands. If you know you can't stay with the man, instead of jumping around, just get out of the marriage so everybody know that you are single. Instead of pretending to be married and yet you are more of a single person. And at the end of the day, you bring other men's children for the man to take care of. And at the end of the day, there are issues. So instead of putting yourself in that disgraceful manner, just stay on your own and they know that you are not married. And you can do whatever you want into your life. Nobody is going to ask you, why are you doing that? In every action, there are always consequences. So everybody should stick to what belongs to them so that the children you have will know that they are yours and things like that. But even the men, they do it with recklessness, except when the man eventually dies. You see people coming from every angle that this man was my father and all that. And I think that is not healthy. So let us believe morally. God says, if do not fornicate. So, and you know the punishment of fornication. So let's just avoid it and be faithful to our partner.
Findings reveal that economic insecurity, societal pressure on women to bear children, and restricted access to affordable DNA testing contribute to the problem. Key causes of paternity fraud include marital infidelity and concealment. Women may hide that a child was conceived with someone other than their partner to avoid divorce or abandonment. This can also happen when a woman gets pregnant, probably for her ex. In order to save her marriage and family reputation, she will cleave to an unsuspecting innocent loving partner, especially when the wedding date has been fixed. It does happen when the woman's husband lives abroad for greener pasture. Perhaps he stays out of the country for a couple of years and occasionally comes to visit once a year or once every 2 years to 5 years, leaving the woman lonely and vulnerable to temptations from other men. These ladies sometimes sleep with their house help or security guards. The brothers or best friend of the said man abroad may be lured into their net if they are not careful. Another factor is financial motivation. A desire to secure child maintenance, inheritance, or financial support from a financially stable man. Sometimes desperate ladies go a long way to tie the man of their dreams with pregnancy. They know fully well that the pregnancy does not belong to the said man. Due to the financial stability, they can get pregnant for any man of their choice to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
In our mother's days, they don't even know what is called DNA. Because when you are married, you are married. You live with your husband and your children. It's one family. There's no looking out. And if you look out, they have punishment for it, grave punishment for it. So that was like a standard control that our parents used to sustain friendship in marriage, to sustain respect in marriage, and to sustain oneness in marriage. But these days, it's so unfortunate that young people no more take marriage very seriously, no more take relationship very seriously. They no more take oneness of the family very seriously. And all our culture and traditional effects of such misbehavior is no more in practice. So the best option is to go for DNA. And now we show anything that is not made by God may not be 100% correct. That is the truth about life. Anything that is not made by God is not 100% correct. So even the DNA, how we show is 100% correct. The person that is doing the test in the lab, any little mistake will give a bad name to a dog in order to hang it. So the way forward is that all those our cultural practices, traditional practices that are healthy should come back. We should effect it. What is important is your heart, your mind, your conscience before looking at deterrence from outside. In marriage, your heart, your mind, your conscience. This will guide you in order for you not to go astray, either as a man or as a woman. Then when these virtues are lost, then we begin to call for DNA. Of course, that's the last resort that will solve the problem. If a woman is accused innocently, then the woman can confidently say, let's go for DNA. and that woman will be vindicated. That's the last resort for now that we have. People are ready to go and swear. Even if you say go and swear, people are ready to go and swear. After swear, they go and do other things to counter this swear.
If it is done sincerely, it brings sanity to preserve marital vow. And at the same time, if a man and a woman knows at the end of their journey, something will come suddenly like this, everybody will check his or herself. And the word integrity will prevail. Even nowadays, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know or care about integrity. And that is why sometimes, before you marry in those days, our parents want to know from which family do you want to marry. They go deep into it. If it's a family where you are hit and run, they will not allow. But a woman who has no manner or a man who cannot really preserve, go from one place to another, just bringing babies. And when you find out most of the children, they are sick, you don't need the cause. It's because Fanta face and Coca-Cola body. You find out the father is from another person, the mother is from another place. So how do we go about it? So it's in order to allow integrity to prevail in marriage, I think it is very good and better. And also people should always know that anything you do in secret will come up one day. So I think I personally encourage it. We don't start what you cannot end. When you don't want your house to be broken, we must allow the truth and the honesty. Where your marriage is tailored by your parents, they pay your dowry. Fine, you are being attached to yourselves, and you need to grow into yourself, and then bring out children. That's what the Bible says. But the child you want to bring out, or children, are they from one source? They are not corn that you grown up under. So we pray that no broken home. But if the house is broken, you want to find out why. If you mess up your bed, how do you want to lie in it? I encourage it. So if anything comes, contrarily, you will find out if it is really not. I'm not talking about short course test. You do tests that is not a Yahoo test, retest, and whatever it comes out, fine. What brought this matter of DNA test is reality. Yeah, because sometimes hunger can kill faith. At the time that there is hunger in the land, a stupid person can just come and dash current of pounds or dollars, then you fall off, you derail like trail. So that is why it is good this should be done, and then it's a legacy they want to follow. Where for sincerity we are talking, and integrity will prevail. That will prevail in a marriage. Sincerity, integrity is what we are talking. Now when you have this, you may not bother, but when, in order to be properly sure, go ahead doing it, so that you have rest assured, peradventure anything happens.
Social stigma and pressure, fear of stigma, pressure to produce children, or pressure from family to have a father figure present. In Nigeria today, some ladies, in order to save their marriage, go extra mile to bear children for their partners, sometimes due to cultural pressure of having a male child or just to have children. Some religious women sleep around with the heads of a religious organization to bear children. Some ordained pastors and imams, traditional worshippers, some working class women get intimate with their colleagues in their places of work just to have children or male child in order to save their marriages.
I am fully in support of that. In terms of this, our modern living, why I really say I support it is that a whole lot of men have trained children for other people, being that they don't even know if they are the actual fathers of the children. The kind of lifestyle most of our ladies live these days, I will encourage that the government should make it reasonably affordable for every man or every child to have his DNA done. The reason for me, again, is that if you know the DNA of your child or you know the paternity test of a child, it gives you an in-depth responsibility for you to cater and do what you expect to do for that particular child all through life. But when you don't do it, or when you are not able to do it, when you start seeing some traces of abnormal character emerging from a child, you start imagining, what is this one coming from? And when these things keep happening like this, you see that you will lose trust. And at the end of the day, the psychological effect is enormous. It can even derail the entire system, the entire system of the man or the family. So that is just one of it. We also know that it has so much negative effect in doing it, because sometimes there are certain stories that don't need to be told in the course of living. So I will say that we have some things. Some people can manage a family. They may have some maybe limitations in terms of their production and all that from the men, and the woman tries to go out of her way to balance the entire house. And when she goes out of that way and gets the house balanced, perhaps bringing the child or something like that, and then the man eventually find out that this is not my child, it derails the man. For me, sometimes we allow it slide, but majorly it is better we call a spade, we iron things out and make things work. Let the man know if he's adopting, let him know he's adopting. If he's not adopting, let him know the state he is. I will stand with that. But that doesn't deter us from telling us that sometimes certain things have to be kept quiet for peace to reign, for the entire community to be at peace.
Marriage is built on trust. And when you talk about DNA is like a breakdown of trust. When there's no breakdown of trust, DNA won't come. The reason why DNA cannot be ruled out, because you are living with human beings. You cannot also rule out the issue of trust and distrust. So it is there to clear doubt. So DNA naturally should not be compulsory for everybody. DNA test should not be compulsory for everybody. It should not be optional. When there are issues of doubt, then DNA cannot clear that doubt of paternity questions. So the point I'm making is that DNA came to solve a particular situation where people had doubt on the paternity position of their kids. And we find out from results that most time the DNA prove 99.9% no paternity. So we have also found out that DNA comes out to say that paternity correct. So the point I'm making is that DNA should not be made compulsory by government. DNA should be the last resort to clear doubt when there are issues of trust. It's very important. Okay, so that's the reason why we encourage couple. This extramarital activity can actually lead to this issue of doubt. When there is trust in marriage, you've married your wife, you have cohabited and begin to raise children, the issue of DNA would never come up. Yes, but when there are this issue of cohabiting extramarital activities, you will discover that when there are issues, that will come in. Secondly, we have seen that, a child is sick, come and donate blood. And at the end of the day, the blood is not matching. What do we do? Then those are questions of that. So we have also seen situations. This guy was sick. The child, 5 years old, took the child to the hospital. The father was to donate blood. They tested the blood is not matching. It was questioning. And after the shout and all of what that comes through all of that, the woman also did a DNA and discovered that it was not also her. And when they now went back to where they discovered there was mistake from when the child was given birth to, they had mistakenly exchanged that child. And because the woman knew herself, the woman insisted and went through all the rigorous, and they were able to find those people who they gave birth same time in that same facility, and they find her own child. So the DNA naturally cannot be ruled out. There are issues of doubt that it has come to solve. So this is my position. Number one, it cannot now be a must that you just have your child go and do DNA. No, it will create doubt when such an accusation against the wife. After the result, such marriage can no longer be as it used to be, because there's already doubt, there's already breakdown of trust, and one of the power of marriage is trust. So we must ensure that this trust base is kept. It is only when the trust is no longer there, then the paternity test becomes very important.
Emotional relationship security. The intention to trap a partner, keep a relationship together, or create a two-parent household. This is where the woman picks on any man of her choice that she felt will be able to stand the test when she gets pregnant, not minding that she's already in a relationship with another man that she intends to get married to, or she's already a married woman living in her husband's house. This may not be the same for every woman, because we have most women in Nigeria that respect relationship and of course respect the tenets of marriage, irrespective of the pressure built upon by society and family to bear male children or still to have children. Other case is uncertainty and concealment. In case where the mother is unsure of the biological father, she may choose a partner to be the legal father. This goes for women with multiple sexual partners. They may not know the guy that got them pregnant. On realizing they are pregnant, they choose from the range of sexual partners, especially the one they feel is financially stable and responsible, to be the father of the unborn child. Cultural factors. Pressure to have children, particularly male children, in some cultures can drive women to hide the true paternity. This can happen in traditional setting when the line of succession must be maintained. In order to maintain the lineage of the throne, some women will go out of their way to bear a male child or children to maintain the rulership of the clan. The question that is somewhat difficult to answer is whether families should be encouraged to go for paternity tests when the children are born to prevent a foreseen heartache. To ensure clarity in raising a family, a man is sure of. Another nagging thought is how many Nigerians can afford the money to go for a paternity test. It's quite expensive, and an average Nigerian will not be able to foot the bill for a child paternity test, talk less of 2 or 3 children. With the high level of infidelity in Nigerian society today, how can a man secure his home without doubt, know for sure that the children he's fathering are his? There are causes and effects, actions and reactions which are equal and opposite. Men, if you must travel out of the country, try everything within your power to take your wife along. After some months or years, let it not be for too long. Women, the choices you have to make as a mother goes a long way to affect the family. Maintain your dignity as a woman or a mother. Put your emotions in check no matter the pressure. Family members, do not put undue pressure on the husband or wife because of the absence of children in your son's marriage. Remember, be it male or female child, they are all gifts from God. Do not put yourself under undue pressure because you want a male child. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husbands and wives of dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husband and wives as dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called their father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is not theirs as long as they are the ones that the child gets to call father. Some families choose to bury such dark secrets to keep the family together by living with the pains of betrayal in each of their waking days. As for the ones that cannot take it, they head to court for divorce or return the bride price of the woman if the wedding was based on tradition. Look at that son or daughter of yours. Is he or she truly your blood as a father? As a mother, look at him or her very well. Is he truly the son or daughter of your husband. That man you call father, is it truly your father? Don't you think it's better to go for a paternity test? Who's your daddy? Who's your dada? Who's your pappy? Don't you think as a child you need to know who your father is? Wilson Omasha reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I am Joy Obaisiagbon, your host on this special program. You know how we do it here. We look at societal matters from the youth perspective. And today we are talking spiritual. Quality. You know, Easter celebration just passed. This is the month of sober reflection. We need to check our character. We need to, connect back to the faith if we have actually, stepped back a bit. And like I said, our topic today is on spirituality. Actually, spirituality, navigating spirituality amidst life challenges. And today I will be doing this conversation with my guest, Pastor Great Okonewa. He has been here before. Thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you for having me, and welcome my viewers.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter in arrears. Thank you very much. So moving on, Pastor Great.
Yeah.
How do you think faith influences one's decision, especially in relationship, workplace, and all of that?
Yeah, faith. By the word faith, you mean your belief system.
Yes.
Right. So, one's belief system actually shapes your mindset, shapes your character, and by character I mean the way you relate with your fellow human being. Your faith is both vertical and horizontal. Okay, so if what you believe in, that's the vertical part, and the horizontal is how that belief influences the way you relate with your neighbor, with your fellow human being. Okay, so if you believe in Christ, for example, you follow his teachings, and his teachings, his lifestyle shapes the way you relate with people. Like Jesus said, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. That's the golden rule. That's a rule that has actually been accepted across religious lines. All religions, I think. I'm not sure there's any religion, I'm not aware of any religion that will say they don't want people to treat them right. And then Christ says, do unto others as you have them do unto you. That's why I always believe that Christ is not a religious person. He didn't come to establish a religion. Jesus is not a Christian. That's it. And he's not a Muslim either. He's not a religious person. Religion is a creation of man. Religion is more of politics. You know, yeah, it's a creation of man, you know, a set of rules to guide people and so make them think in certain direction. Okay, the Greek word for religion is religare. Religare means to bind back, to tie something. And really, religion has actually tied the minds of many people. When you see people behave in a certain way, you begin to wonder whether they even think at all. Okay, so, but I want to take faith beyond religion. You know, because whether you are religious or not religious, you have faith in something. You certainly have faith in something. Man was created to have faith in a higher being. Whatever that higher being is to you is your faith. So whatever that higher being tells you to do, or the leadership or the teachings of that deity or the higher being shapes your behavior and shapes the way you relate with other people, certainly.
Okay, moving forward, I wouldn't want to stress when you talked about religion that Jesus was not a Christian, and you also said that rules and regulation, you know, put together by men. But do you not think that if there are no rules and regulation, people will not actually, you know, practice their faith in Christ very, very perfectly? We know nobody is perfect, actually, like at least to an extent.
Yeah, rules are good. Rules are not bad if the rules are created honestly, not with hidden agenda. It was the philosopher Marcus Cicero that said that anyone can be a good leader if greed and self doesn't get in the way. All right. So if those rules are honestly made for humans to be able to relate with their maker, relate with their creator, they are very fine and good. And it helps you too to relate with your fellow human beings. So we need rules, certainly. We need rules. But the rules shouldn't limit the reasoning of man. God gave us this mind to think. So if you have rules, the rules shouldn't limit your reasoning. You should be able to think out of the box. People should be allowed to think freely within the parameters, of course, of certain standards. You don't have to be absolute in your thinking. It doesn't mean that you can just take cutlass and kill somebody and say, well, I thought I'm free to think anything. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There are standards. I mean, there are some irreducible minimum, okay, that you can go. But I think that the rules are not bad in themselves. But people can manipulate the rules to subjugate other people and limit their thinking. For example, somebody comes to you and tell you that buy my sticker that has my picture, all right? Place it on your car, your house, your store. Nothing happens to you if you place it there. No armed robber comes to your house. No, nothing will happen to you. You are safe. But I, that has the picture on that sticker, I go about with about 5, 10 policemen or security guards with guns protecting me. So if my picture can protect you, why do I need security guards to protect me? So if you tell me that, I'm going to think. I can't be deceived to that extent. I'm going to think. I said, no, I don't believe what you're saying. I believe in Christ, but this one you're saying, I'm not sure Christ will say this.
Okay, people have the liberty to think outside the box. Yeah. Do you think that contradicts the Bible?
No, it doesn't. God gave us the mind to think.
Because the Bible is the set rules and regulation for Christians. It actually helps us to shape our love for Christ, our faith in God, and all of that. So if we are given that liberty, like you said, to think outside of the box, so it means there are a lot of things in the Bible that should be, when
you say the Bible is a set of rules.
So what I would like you to know, there are set down rules and regulations, especially the book of Proverbs, right? Gives us a lot of, and also there's also a commandment that says thou shalt. So that's like a rule.
Yeah, those are rules, okay? But I will also tell you that before those rules were made, like the 10 Commandments, for example, Before God gave Moses the 10 commandments, those commandments were already written in the conscience of man. Yeah, look at it very well. Those 10 commandments. I'm not sure there's anyone there that was not already in the conscience of man.
So it just needed to be established.
Yeah, it needed to be established because even man was not able to follow the rules, even the dictate of his conscience. That's why Christ came, to give us the power to be able to follow. Because thou shalt not kill. Do I really need somebody to tell me that killing is bad?
Yeah.
I don't need rules to tell me that to kill another person is bad. The conscience is that even before the Bible came, our forefathers, there's no society that celebrates one killing another. There's no society that celebrates a man sleeping with another man's wife. You understand? They are all there. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Even your conscience will tell you that. You understand? So these rules are not really, they are rules made, they were more like codified, but they were already in us. And that's why God said, a time will come when they will not need these written laws, that my laws will be written in their heart. And that time is where we are right now. So I think we should take the issue of faith, the issue of our relationship with God beyond the letters, beyond religion. Because religion really emphasizes on rules, but walking with Christ emphasizes more on love, on freedom to think. That's why Jesus said, when they came to Jesus, said, what is the greatest commandment? What did he say? He said, he reduced it to one word, and that word is love. What is the greatest commandment? He said, first, love the Lord your God with all your heart, your strength, and your mind. And the second one that follows is love your neighbor as yourself. And if you bring it closer further, it's love. Okay, so there are not too many rules really, because if you love God, you are not going to worship another God. If you love God, you're not going to take his name for granted. That covers the first 4 commandments. And the remaining 6 is about the horizontal relationship with your neighbor. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to, take his wife. You're not going to, things like that. So it's very, very simple. But religion makes it look difficult to serve God.
Talking about love and priority. Yeah. Nowadays, a lot of us are in the corporate space.
Yeah.
And we just try as much as we can to be very careful when it comes to, practicing religion, let me not use the word religion, practicing our faith and loving God, spirituality and all of that, and having to, tolerate, because there's, whether you like it or not, there's always someone on a standby to piss you off, sure. Right? So as a youth, as a young adult, working, doing life, your business and all of that, even having to enter public transport and all of that, even though you are mobile, someone is always on his standby to offend you. So, life challenges and struggles and all of that. How do you navigate spirituality, talking about priority? How do you prioritize your faith and your spirituality?
Okay, it's a very, very good question. First of all, I would like to bring our minds to what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane. Easter just passed. So we can look at what happened, what Jesus did, what happened, what transpired at the Garden of Gethsemane. Now, Jesus was about to be crucified. And before he got to the Garden of Gethsemane, we never knew that he had some element of self in him. Okay? When we say Jesus, Jesus, but he was man and God at the same time. He was so perfect, but we didn't know that there was that element of self. Because you really don't know who you are until your hour of death. Yeah, somebody said that what you become on your hour or the moment of death is the person you should have been all this while. Yeah, because that's the moment of truth. That's the moment of reality. You can't
become humble.
Yeah, you can't really pretend at that moment. Your reality comes out. So at that moment, Jesus was facing death. Not just death, but suffering and humiliation and all of that. And he said, self came in, the element of self there. Like me going through all of these things. Like how, I mean, it was excruciating. It was so humiliating. He was naked on the cross. All right? Because even the underwear was being taken by the soldiers.
Imagine a pastor and then your followers see you naked.
It was too much to take.
Yeah.
So he said, Father, is there any way we can go about this? Let's renegotiate the whole thing. Can we not find another way to save humanity? Must I die? Must I do this? But then he quickly realized himself and he said, not my will, but your will be done. At that moment, that was when man won. That was when man defeated the devil. That was when Jesus died. Because from that moment, the Bible says he never opened his mouth anymore. Because this time, when you give yourself away, you are like someone who has died. You no longer care about anything. All right. So now he gave himself away, and God helped him. Angels came, strengthened him, and he prayed more earnestly. And he was able to face the humiliation and all of that happened, the embarrassment, the slap, the insult. Why was he able to face all of that? Because he was no longer putting himself first. It was no longer about him. Now, bringing this to our daily lives, office work, even in leadership, if you have this mind that it's not about me, okay, it's about, carrying out the job I was employed to do. It's about satisfying my employer. It's about, getting a maximum result. No matter other offenses that may come, you don't get distracted by that. Because it's not about you. You don't put yourself away.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not easy, I must confess. It's not easy. At some point, you might lose it. Because you are a human being. You are in flesh. You have flesh and blood.
No, you should be like Jesus in the chorus.
Yeah. You have flesh and blood. But then, sometimes, even if you have power, or you have the power to do certain things, you can just decide to put it away. Because the greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated on the cross, what that he demonstrated all through his lifetime on earth, it was not about feeding the 5,000 people or healing the sick and all that. The greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated was his refusal to come down from the cross, even when he had the power to do so. He had the power to come down from the cross. He had the power to call the angels and they will fight for him and all of that. So even when he said, whom are you looking for? They said, Jesus. He said, I am the one. They fell on the ground. So he could have, but he chose to remain there because of his love for humanity and his submission to the Father. So if we have that mindset, because every day we are in a process of becoming, we are working towards perfection. No one is perfect yet. Yeah, sometimes you may lose it at some point, but don't give up on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. You will get better. All right. So if people offend you, as long as you are able to do what you have to do, and satisfy your employer, you go ahead. But at some point, if you have to, because there are some people that are like goats, you need to beat a goat in order for the goat to learn
perform.
Yeah. So if it comes to that point that you know that you need to, this one needs a whip to fall in line, then you can do that. Jesus got angry at some point as well. He got to the synagogue. He made people selling.
Oh, yes.
He turned it to a marketplace, and he got angry. He picked up a whip and he whipped people, flogged them. So sometimes it can happen. But as long as it is not about your personal, the difference between Jesus getting angry and flogging people and the way some of us do it is that Jesus was angry not about himself. His anger was not about self. It was about his Father's house.
Of course.
Zeal for his Father's house. Why are you turning my Father's house or something else?
Yeah, priority.
Priority. So you prioritize, don't prioritize yourself. Put yourself first. Your name is Joy, right? Yeah, somebody tried to use Joy as an acronym. I said Jesus first, others next, and yourself last. J-O-Y. So when you put yourself last, you always be a very happy person. Because even when they try to make you angry, you don't even get angry because you are like a dead man. A dead man doesn't get angry. The Bible says, except a grain of wheat fall down and die, it abides alone. If it dies, it yields more fruit. So if you consider yourself as dead to self, when we have good leaders in this country, when we have leaders who are dead.
All right, a lot of wisdom from Pastor Great. We're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Youth Perspective on Independent Television. And over here, we've been having a conversation on spirituality. Yes. Yeah, spirituality. Sober reflection. Having to prioritize yourself, your spirituality, and love God, According to my guest here, he said, put people first and put yourself last, right? Yeah. If I'm getting you very correctly. All right. So moving forward, Pastor Great, this question is a little bit personal. Yeah. So tell us, have you ever felt like giving up on your faith during tough times, and what helped you persevere?
Yeah. Giving up, having tough time, yes. I've had tough times, but giving up on my faith, I've never really thought of it. Yes, I've never thought of it. The reason is because, it's not because I'm perfect or anything, but the reason is because when I gave my life to Christ, I chose to serve God. I burned the bridges behind. I didn't leave any option of going back. Or if this one doesn't work, I will try this. I've never, ever, ever thought of it. Okay, but what have helped me is because what Paul said when he said, "What shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, shall, famine, or whatever? Nothing in this world, nothing in the world to come, nothing in heaven, nothing on earth can separate me from the love of Christ." So, wow. Paul said something. He said that it's no longer I that liveth, but Christ liveth in me. Okay, in other words, I'm not the one living, but Christ lives in me. When somebody talk about deny God or deny Christ, I always tell them, not me, because Christ cannot deny himself. I believe that the old me died. So the one in me is Christ. So, but for those who might be struggling with that, because I understand that people go through that. At some point, you want to give up. At some point, you get angry with God. Sometimes, too, you get angry with God. Say, God, but I'm serving you. I'm doing everything. Why are things still like that? So if you get to that point, all you need to do is you need to take it easy on yourself. You are going through a process. We are all on a journey of becoming. We remember that the Bible says when you go through the fire, I will be with you in the fire. When you go through the water, it will not overflow you. Just understand that God is not far away from you at that moment. God does not hate you. God does not forget his own. He does not hate you. Even when things are not going well, he's still God. And his love for you has not changed. It has never changed. The Bible says, all things work together for good to them that love the Lord. So just believe that. You don't need to understand it. The reason why many of us give up sometimes is because we're trying to understand God. You don't have to understand God because you can never understand God. Just trust the process. Trust him. You don't have to understand him. Even when there are gallops, just trust him. When we are, flying, on air, and sometimes the plane gallops, we still trust that the pilot is there, so we'll get to where we're going. So, you may panic a little bit, but trust the process. It will take you there. You mentioned something in between that, what you were saying. It's quite difficult sometimes to trust God, right? Yeah, sometimes in a very difficult time, it is difficult to trust God. It takes a lot of faith. Yeah, especially for youth, young adults, and then you see yourself, especially in a place like Nigeria, right? You're earning minimum wage. Now tell me, what is a minimum wage even going to do for a person nowadays? You get so how it's just a lot. I think one of what I would just say to that is that you bring yourself to a point where you don't seek validation from things. You don't seek your words from your possession. Even Jesus said it. He said, a man's life does not consist in the abundance of things he possesses. All right. So do not look at yourself, do not rate yourself based on your pockets or your bank account. Whether you have it in abundance or you don't have it at all, you are worth more than that. So when you understand it from this point of view, you will not be too hard on yourself. Because I've even heard of people believers who commit suicide. You know, some even pastors, some commit suicide. Why? Because they just couldn't take it anymore.
So in situations like this, sorry to cut you short, I had to. In situations like this, words of encouragement is not really enough.
Just
practical things that you think people can actually do to, go through that phase. Because honestly speaking, I believe it's a phase.
It's a phase, yeah.
Yeah, it is a phase. So as a person that has been in the faith, what are practical things do you think that people can actually do to go through this phase?
Yeah, what I would just say is that first of all, just be calm. Be calm. That's it.
Well, calm is not going to give you food, and
Yes. No, why you should be calm is that, and have a kind of mindset, because the way you can, there's no practical. I can tell you now. Okay, when you have that, go out and work. They are working, and they don't get it. It's not that they are lazy. Okay, if you have something like that, go and do this. No, what you need to do is that it's about your mindset. Have a kind of mindset. There's a kind of mindset you will have that will help you navigate through life. It's about your mind. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. So if you have this mindset that God do not owe me anything, but I owe him everything. Even if he kills me, like Job said, even if he slay me, yet will I trust in him. So even if I don't survive it, I'm a child of God, and I'm a child of God, and that is what I know. So every other thing that comes, when it comes, it comes. If it doesn't come, I still don't have any particular, I don't have to take it personal. Just like I said before, a dead man does not really care what happens to him. So when you have that kind of mindset, you'll be able to overcome it. In fact, the devil will fear you, because there's nothing they will do to you that will make you react.
All right. I hope that this our analysis today has been able to help us to understand, see how we can navigate life challenges for those of us that want to enjoy and also keep our faith and be loving and be very, very committed in church and serving God and all of that. I hope this has been able to to understand, help us. And with this, we are going to be rounding up today's episode on Youth Perspective. Until next week, I am Joy Obai Siagmo. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade here in Benin City. On this edition of Market Survey, we're taking a closer look to the cost of fresh tomatoes and pepper here in the market. Fresh tomatoes and pepper are among the most consumed food ingredients in Nigeria. From homes to restaurants and food vendors, they're used almost every day. However, the prices of these products often change due to different factors such as planting cost, transportation, weather conditions, and market demand. This market survey examined the journey of fresh tomatoes and pepper from planting to the final market stage, while also explaining the factors that influence their prices. The production process begins at the farm. Farmers first prepare the land by clearing grasses and creating planting beds suitable for tomatoes and pepper cultivation. At this stage, money is spent on land preparation, labor, seeds, fertilizers and pesticides. Improved seeds are often more expensive, but they produce better yield and healthier crops. After planting, farmers regularly water the crops and protect them from pests and diseases. Tomatoes and pepper are delicate crops that require proper care and favorable weather conditions. During this period, farmers spend additional money on irrigation, fertilizers, chemical and labor. If pests, flooding and excessive heat affect the crop, production reduces, leading to lower supply and higher market prices. Tomatoes usually mature within 2 to 3 months, while pepper may take slightly longer depending on the variety. Once the crops are ripe, harvesting begins. Laborers are hired to carefully pick and sort the fresh produce. Farmers then package tomatoes and pepper into baskets, bags, or crates for transportation. Transportation plays a major role in determining market prices. Most tomatoes and pepper sold in urban markets are transported from farming regions to cities. Poor road condition, fuel prices, vehicle maintenance and transportation fees increase the overall cost. Since tomatoes are highly perishable, spoilage during transportation also affects supply and raises prices in the market. At the wholesale market, traders purchase the produce in large quantities from farmers or transporters. Prices at this stage depend on the season, availability, and demand. During the rainy season, tomatoes and pepper may become scarce because heavy rainfall damages farm and affects transportation. This usually leads to higher prices. During harvest period, supply increases, causing price to reduce. Retail sellers then buy smaller quantities from wholesalers and sell directly to consumers in local markets. Retail prices are usually higher because sellers add transportation costs, market taxes, shop rent, and profit margins. In some cases, prices may change daily depending on demand and product freshness.
On this edition of Market Survey, of course, you're currently in the market to get to know the current price of fresh pepper and tomatoes here in the market. I am Stephanie Notoriwa, and I'm going to be taking you through the market to get to know the new price. Stay tuned.
One way too fine with the band 50, 40, 35. Now 120, 150. 80, the smallest basket 80,000. Now we take the buy pepper now. They take the bring am. People where they sell pepper, where they bring am come for a village. If they carry am come, also go carry am. They'll go rebag am for inside their shade. Come they sell out for us. You know they let us decide again. 1 naira we know they see for pepper again. Benin people where will see carry am come. They'll see carry am for their hand. Say now then I be the people where they sell out for them. Until you hear me, they'll go carry the pepper, they'll go hide them, they'll go rebag them for inside small bag. They'll come, they sell them 50,000, 40,000, 45,000. You know they let us. Now that kind of market, now we want to live, we not feel live. You not see my attention, pepper not there. Tomatoes, it's too dear. Everything too dear. Garina don't go up. Rice go up. These tomatoes now with the seller, with the buy at 30,000 before. Now 120,000. With the best small kodo 26,000, 27,000. That's it's small. When I lay 2 rubber, I did the see for that one. Actually, hear me. Now I lay on sour now with the buy before they don't change them.
So this one where you shade for you. So how much they shade?
As I tell buy now, I've said this one 2,000. This one 1,000. You know see. If they price this one 1,500 now, if you give them, because the money we are taking by too big.
That means 500 and tomatoes not there.
If you want share 500, at this small one, I'll take the share for 500.
Good
morning.
How the market?
We thank God.
Mama, how tomatoes be for market? It don't come down.
But we never come down. They buy 90, 100, 120, 70.
What about pepper?
Pepper now that one just worse pass, over worse.
How much are they carrying for basket?
Pepper bag.
Okay, bag.
Yeah. I know they carry bag now, small they buy. Then they buy 100, 120, some 80 for small bag.
So all this rubber way there, now how much do they shade them?
Rubber tomatoes.
Yes.
Rubber they sell 7,000, they sell 6,000.
So you know they shade 500 around.
If I see small one, I'll shade 500. 500 go small, 1,000. 500 small one. And so.
So now, if you want me the price of basket for tomatoes come down, like how much if you say me that they sell them?
Like 40, 30.
What about pepper?
Pepper like 40, 50.
So transport now still dey affect the price?
It be like so. It go affect am. Transport too cost.
Yeah.
Where person they go 300 before now, 700, 800. It just the costs, the transport.
Thank you, Mama. Though, let's see. Mama, how tomatoes before market now?
Tomatoes good. Now the season went to the dear. They don't buy the do and say make it dear or cheap. Now the season get time went to the dear. Get time went to the cheap.
How much until they carry basket for tomatoes now?
Well, like last week, we carry basket 100, 120. But now we are now buying 60, 55 now.
So that's how we be saying not a deal like this. How much until they carry the basket?
That way they shorten. Sometimes 25,000, 30. We even buy 15,000. Money for motor they not they see. That time they will all pack and come anyhow. But now, if you look for now, for the deal. As they see they sell it like this now, only God know whether they see the money. Because as we see they sell for market now, they don't they buy. They say it too dear.
What about fresh pepper? Fresh pepper still join.
Fresh pepper, that one was pass. That one they dear, but I know they sell pepper. You still go meet people when see they sell pepper.
So these tomatoes now are different type and different price.
No, now Zaria. They come from Zaria, Gadawa, Jos.
Okay.
So Jos now they use a small basket till they bring them. That one they find where they dear. All this one they see so na Zaria. So that's how it be.
Thank you, Mama.
But the dear when tomato dear, not be anything cost.
Okay.
Tomato get your season.
Okay.
It not be like food when no get season. It not be like rice. It not be like other thing. Tomatoes, pepper get their own season. Now the season to dear, now it dear so. Time they come before 93 mustache, you go cheap, reach down. You go come be another normal level. The price go cut down, go low. But not be like other thing when you go there. To cut that could become problem. Transport go up. People don't for cut that transport no cut that. You go they go up, they go. Tomatoes no be like that. Tomatoes now your season there, so now time to dear now it here. Because now time to plant. Now we there, so that they plant. This one you they see, so it time they call go break. You know go see them again. After 2 months time, another new set it go come out. Where that new set come out, the price go down. And so be tomatoes, you should both pepper. So they don't follow all that taste. Other taste they go up where they refuse to cut that tomato no be like that. You know me say tomato there now because of food, no. You know me say tomato there because of rice, no. Now time to plant. Where time to plant call, it go be like form of break. They go break. So that time of break, it go there because it not there enough. When the time they plant again, it come out, the price go cut down because it don't there enough. Now the tomatoes issue. So it not me because of the other things there, now make tomato there. Now our own business be that. So now not go follow the way tomatoes stay there. Now I say tomato there, they not the fee buy them again. No. Where we they sell and we know the time of the season. We know the time they there. Every year, you now go mark out from May up. Tomatoes must dear because at time of planting. And from August down, tomato go begin they cut down because they don't plant, they don't they harvest. You go cut that till next year again. Now so it be.
Thank you, Mama. Mama, good morning.
My sister, morning.
At the market.
The market it dey wella. Pepper matter. No go area o. Money for 1 bag 2 now. I was they buy pepper 1 bag. And so we see them all.
How much for 1 bag?
1 bag now. 140, 150 for big one. Small one 9,500.
Okay. What about tomatoes?
No, na pepper they say.
Okay, now pepper.
Now they say.
So now pepper now the season now we dey, so I mean the season we supposed to dey.
Now the season supposed there. Now we this.
Okay.
Maybe by June, July now it go start to the cheap way.
So when it dey cheap, how much they say they carry back?
The time when they cheap now, they carry back 50, 60. That was about January, February. The price is see better pass as it be so. Now so we see the matter.
So if you dey shade now, how much be the lowest so you dey shade?
Now 500 now. 500, not the lowest why the shade.
So this one we mention for rubber, so like how much did they sell now?
This one at 12,000 last for that one.
This one we did it so?
Now so it be now. And this one said, now see you ripe. If you ripe, your one I reach 14,000, 15,000.
So like if it's cheap, how much did they say that one before we made?
On ripe maybe 7,000, 6,000.
The
ripe one 8,000, 9,000.
So which time now this price that will take come down now?
Maybe by June, July, you go see better pass as it be so.
Thank you, Mama.
In conclusion, the price of fresh tomatoes and pepper is influenced by several stages, beginning from planting and ending at the market. Cost of farming materials, labor, transportation, weather conditions, spoilage, and market demand all contribute to the final selling price. Understanding these factors help consumers and traders to better understand why prices change frequently in the market. The market survey carried out on fresh tomatoes and pepper shows that the price of tomatoes is currently on the high side because it is not fully in its season. During the survey, many traders explained that the supply of fresh tomatoes coming into the market is lower than usual, which has caused prices to increase. Since tomatoes are highly seasonal crops, their availability changes at different time of the year. At the moment, farmers are producing fewer tomatoes because weather conditions are not favorable for large-scale production. Excessive rainfall, heat, pests, and plant diseases have affected many farms, reducing the quantity harvested. As a result, fewer baskets and crates of tomatoes are supplied to the market daily. When supply becomes low and demand remains high, the market price automatically increases. The survey also revealed that transportation costs are contributing to high price of tomatoes. Most tomatoes sold in urban markets are transported from northern farming regions to cities and local market. Due to the high fuel prices, bad roads, and vehicle maintenance costs, transporters charge more to move the produce. Traders then add these extra costs to the final selling price. During the market inspection, it was noticed that customers still purchase tomatoes regularly despite the increase in price because tomatoes are essential ingredients in many meals. Their steady demand keeps the prices high even when consumers complain about the cost. Some buyers now prefer to buy smaller quantity to substitute tomatoes with more pepper or dry alternative to reduce expenses. The survey further showed that traders expect tomatoes prices to reduce once the main harvest season begins and supply increases. During peak seasons, more farmers harvest tomatoes in large quantities, leading to a better supply in the market and lower prices of consumers. The market survey generally confirms that the high price of tomatoes is mainly due to seasonal scarcity, poor weather conditions, transportation expenses, and spoilage during distribution. Since tomatoes are not fully in season, supply remains low while demand continues to rise, resulting in the current increase in market prices.
With that, we've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and we've got to understand that the current price of fresh pepper and tomatoes here in the market is a bit on the high side because it is not in its season. And we also get to understand that most of the prices are being influenced by the hike in transportation and the hike in fuel prices. With that, we've come to the end of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Thanking you so much for staying tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Wabanu kiwere, akuki sivyoke o. Akuki sivyoke ko. Anyara na yoki. Ebi na ya yoku wasa ya yewe. Eke no kuriere to okumaka. Aba yano. Bahumanjo, bahumanjo.
ITV, certainly the best.
It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Now, we're still going to talk about our political system in Nigeria as it is beginning to reshape itself, and looking at the primaries that has been conducted so far. What can we say about 2027 election? Is it an election of competence or an election of political machinery? That is basically what we're going to be talking about today on Viewpoint, and we will have to go out on the street to talk to some relevant persons to hear what they have to say about the 2027 election. I am Caroline Okonji on Viewpoint.
I think 2027 is going to be a very unique election. First of all, let's look at the spread of candidates. For the presidential election, for instance, you have a preponderance of the candidates all gathered at the south of the country, whereas you have very few, maybe two, that are in the northern part of the country. I say two because Donald Duke emerged as the presidential candidate of the PROP, which, as you know, is a predominantly Talakawa party. If not the only major candidates among the major parties that are playing in this election from the north is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of the coalition ADC, which is the leading opposition party in Nigeria. So if you look at that geographical spread of both parties, it already presents a very interesting picture. So you would have, so to speak, the north going against the south. And the north that will be going against the south will be a united north and a highly fragmented south. I think at my last count, we have about 5 presidential candidates from the south. You have Peter Obi, you have Donald Duke, I just mentioned. You have a rumored Goodluck Jonathan. You have, who is the other southern? You have the president himself from the APC. All of them competing for the votes in the south. If you put the entire votes in the south together, they are barely just above half of the votes that you get from the north. So you still have that, minimal votes, and yet you have so many candidates jostling for that vote. Without meaning to push my party, but it makes sense to anybody that logically the United Party or the candidate that has the United Region supporting just one man would emerge as the winner of the election. And you don't need any prognostication to understand that. Because if you have fewer things being shared by more people, and you have more things being had by just one single person, then that person automatically is going to win the election. So that's one scenario of why it's going to be interesting. Another scenario is that the president himself, who is the candidate of the ruling party, has always been the candidate of the ruling party. There was no democracy there. He was reinstalled as their sole candidate. So they have not even tested out whether the president has any popularity left. From what we see in the country economically and otherwise, we know the president has no popularity, which is why they cleverly blocked off other candidates from the party from competing with the president.
So that political aspect, zero. Go reach Tinubu himself. Now zero. There is nothing like political. The system still remains the same. Those ones jumping from party to party, they are the same people, not the party. The party is just a logo. The same people moving from here to here are the same thing. They are not going to do anything. The way forward is revolution. Change all of them. The youth should wake up and change all of them. If you youth went there to pick a ticket, they will ask you where you get that 100 million. ESCC will come for you. That's why they put that 100 million. If you go there, they will ask you where you get that 100 million. That's why the youth they run. But you should take over, not our forefathers. They said the youth is the leader of tomorrow, but you are in office for 90 years. When that youth went?
I know the election come 2027 is going to be election of where, based on competence. Because as you can see from the way I will speak on my own party, because democracy starts from internal, before coming to the general election. If you miss it at the internal democracy, you will miss it at the general election. So for we as a party, we've conducted our primaries, and our primaries went well. You know what I'm saying? And even with some areas where we have, losers, it's clear that yes, they actually lose. For we, ADC is good to go, in this upcoming general election come 2027. Because we have put our house in order in terms of our primaries. It was each free. So no rancor, and everything was done successfully. So it's going to be election of competence. Those we know that can really represent Nigerians. So that is it. You know what I'm saying? So the people at this time will choose who they want. You know what I'm saying? It's not a matter of the way it used to be. It's not as usual. You know what I'm saying? That when you impose candidate on people, or rather aspirant on people, right now the people choose who they want to represent them, either at the local level or the state or the national level.
I'm a politician, like I told you. If we want to come into politics or one position, we promise heaven on earth. But I'm a PDP. I look at Obi today that he'll be able to perform. Unfortunately for him and me and PDP, they are not all moving together. So many parties came together in 2014 to be able to defeat, whether by rigging or not, our president that time. And in short, now, if this coalition work, which they are not even aiming, everyone is saying, Kwankwaso with this, Atiku with this, Amechi with this, Makinde. I know Makinde is only brief. But if you want me to take a bet, I will take a bet that if there's an election, if there is at all, Tinubu will never win. Because it's going to be an eye for an eye. No opposition will fold their arm now and allow them to be rigged like 2023. You are aware of what's happened in 2023. Was that election? Today, can you really say the court is still the hope of a common man. If you say that, then you don't know what you are doing. It is because of the massacre that this present government is condoning. They are condoning those who have been massacred. Are you saying a good president cannot take action? I will not tell you what I'm doing in my head. Then the president will tell you whether Boko Haram or bandit or Astrab, anything where they call him, attacks will move from the north, come to west or east or south to perform. Police are there. Army are there. They will not do anything except at times after they perform, they tell you, oh, we will rescue them, we will rescue them. Is he helping us?
I think 2027 election, the way things are going now with the different political party, is going to be an election that will be very competitive. A lot of people are going to come outside to vote for the people they believe can really pilot their affairs of their various local government, constituency, and the senatorial district. And also, I see that people that have antecedent of being, and that have been able to do things for their various communities, that have been there, that have shown that yes, they have sympathy and empathy for the people they are going to represent, are going to be people that are going to be voted into various offices come 2027. And I think the people contesting, various aspirants contesting this election, they have antecedent, they've been in government before, they've served the people, they've represented their various states. Some of them were vice president of this country before. So I think, they have what it takes to represent the country if given the opportunity to become the president of the country. People believe that if you want to contest an election, you should be able to go into a proper primaries. So moving from one party to a different party just because you want to be the flag bearer of that political party shows that you are not competent enough to run for the number one position of the country. So that means tomorrow, if you are being given situations that you really need to tackle to make the country survive or to work for the people of the country, you can't really perform because you don't believe that you should be able to fight for what you believe in. So I believe that people that stays in their political party, especially during primaries, trying to get tickets to fight, to contest for elections, they've shown that, yes, they have what it takes to represent themselves, to showcase themselves to the members of their political party so that they can be voted for as a candidate of the party.
If you take a vivid look at the primaries that have just been held, especially by the ruling political party, it was marred with a lot of irregularities. Candidates were imposed on some others, and even when they were on the field, you can clearly see manipulation, on the field in the various elections, from the House of Assembly primaries to the Senate primaries and the Federal House of Representatives primaries. And of course, you see now a lot of persons, a lot of aspirants were disenfranchised, and you could see it's all glaring all in the social media, the modes of counting, where they start 1, 2, 3, they jump to 100, they jump to 1,000. That is not democracy. Democracy should showcase the will of the people. And if this is allowed to scale through to 2027, it's going to spell doom for this country, because we are going to be having incompetent leaders that does not have or enjoy the support of the people. I am very sure that the opposition political parties will produce competent candidates because they've done the right thing by entrenching internal democracy in their party. But for the ruling party, I cannot say that of them, because we can see everything that has happened nationwide.
There are some parties that will come up. Maybe you are in that party, they are campaigning, we have to support them. This is what they will do. By the time they enter, they used to tell us so many things. At the end, after we are to vote them in, even to call them. You cannot even call them for them to answer you on call. Then you cannot even see them. They plan with us. This is what they are going to do when they get to the power that they are about to enter. Whenever they enter the power, we will see them. Until their whole tenure have gone, maybe other person will also come. They will still come and be telling us so many things. So that what they are telling us, we may say, okay, it's supposed to be, but telling us what to do, at the end of the day, you people may not do it. It's not right. We, the community here, at least the population that is still coming here in Ute, we have about 4 booths that is here in Utekon. When people also come from Benin, those are registered here, they will come and vote. But at times they see 1,000 plus, they see close to 2,000. By the time they vote, who win from here? By the time they get there, they won't do anything.
Nigerian election has never been an election of competence. It has always been the election of political machinery, political structure, and who has deep pockets. It's not going to be an election of who is cerebral, but it's going to be an election of who has a strong political network, strong political structure, deep pockets, as I said earlier, and that is not good for Nigerian democracy. We want to see a Nigeria in which the best candidates who knows how to restructure or rework Nigeria becomes the candidate or becomes the president. We have seen in the primaries how people are pushed out, muzzled out, and they try to say that there's a consensus when indeed there is none. We see sitting governors going back with their nomination tickets, and we have even seen a novel situation where a sitting governor is holding a ticket for Senate while his tenure has not elapsed. That is the terrible situation we find ourselves. We must take back our country. The younger people must get up and take back their country and not sit down and clap for this old breed. We have just seen a 39-year-old person appointed to be the registrar of JAMB. He has been a professor before he became 39. So we have competent people, but the price tag attached to these positions are just enormous. We must find out a way when we can cut down the price of nomination forms and expression of interest forms. We must ensure that the young people are able to be the really leaders of today, not just leaders of tomorrow. They have been told they were leaders of tomorrow, but tomorrow has come and they find out that they are still clapping for the people whom they were told in primary school were heads of states. Now they have become adults. Those same people are still heads of states. It should not continue.
So we are going into an election where we have probably the most unpopular president in the country since independence, competing against a Democrat that has been there, who has been a central figure in Nigerian democracy, and who has had hitches in the past because you had a Talakawa leader in the person of President Buhari leading the North. Because of that, Atiku, for instance, have had restricted votes in the North. But with Buhari out of the way and the North having adopted him as now the new Northern leader, so you can begin to predict what the election is going to look like. Again, if you remember that it was this same North that used their population to install the president. Now they have left the president. They are saying it openly and to everyone that cares to listen that Tinubu will not get a single vote, at least from the North. So it's going to be a walkover because you're going to have Nigeria competing against a president that is adept at using institutional and executive powers recklessly. But even if you have executive powers and you do use it recklessly, you are going to have people who would have to carry out that operation for you. All of those people have left him now. Those lieutenants who helped him then to carry out those nefarious activities are all outside his camp just now. So 2027 is going to be interesting in all of these dimensions, but the bottom line is that President Tinubu cannot survive 2027 elections.
With the opinions from our respondents so far on Viewpoint, it is clear that 2027 election is not going to be business as usual, as it was stated clearly from their opinions that it's going to be a very competitive one at that, and different political parties are fully prepared with their eyes open. There's not going to be any room for election rigging. Citizens are very much prepared to go exercise their franchise. And then again, let's not also forget that a lot is also expected from INEC come 2027. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I get you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, now here, where's it? My dear. It's comment c'est papa voici
ça m'a topé Sama tọpẹ. Ìṣe ìwáyé kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwáyé kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́ pèpè ìpìlẹ̀ jẹun. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́ pọ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him
and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a compono, no, we said. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa magoma. Awe buwe dine. Ejongi. God. Jona wera. Jona pulupe. Jona mluya kwa ewa kiwada. Bawi kwa ba. Ojonwe. Kaja de nena ya dewo yi.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the immortal shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Many thanks for keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusaid Osago, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us he wasn't being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to share about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream? How did you come about it?
Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trisent Osteo, which is now Trisent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my line now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? He said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I worked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow. Yeah. You don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. So I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy.
So how do you access the building?
How do I now access it? So I now said, okay, I will construct a staircase
to that building.
To that building.
From outside.
You can see determination.
Wow.
I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. It's now it became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA.
But that would leave you with nothing.
That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. He said 500,000 at your age. What will you do there? How will you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money with me. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, you use iron, you really bah. So they did the staircase. We had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you.
Wow. And he accepted your advice.
Accepted. And my sister told me, don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it. Yeah. So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished.
So it's like from square zero.
Yes.
I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation. It is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are free privilege service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them off play, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zumba worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zumba worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zumba worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the video was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was a lot of reactions here and there. That was coming.
Talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my reverend Brother Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I want to show it's not bad. Okay.
I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus enterprise when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain, they just go, on the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or with the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you imbibed, that have sustained you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was dated a non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened. That was COVID-19. COVID-19. So COVID-19 spanned into 2020. Yeah. And like I said, I had been money. Money finished when I bought the office table. There was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down. Yeah. There was a lockdown. There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemoniums. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. And I was paying money for it. It's not like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. The joy of doing it. That fulfillment. That fulfillment. But people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, going low, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed. Until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I have this nurse sitter in my office. So I do therapy on bed, on that chair, that nurse sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. When they come back, they do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. Those stroke patients started coming. Okay. We started doing therapy on stroke patients. Manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. There. Yes. So, I don't know. We had some time, went for the don't want to work, I don't know. She now left. So, I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask you, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary, I'll attend to you now. They will see the director, he's around. They say, okay. I'll say, okay, let me take you to the director, we go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient again, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Tristan SC. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered it? I think yes, but I can still convert you. I'll convert the patient. They will see the therapist. Let's go inside, I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes, we're going to have a secretary. I have not seen one yet. One is not yet, another one is coming. And that was how I was doing on the other secretary. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there.
So your office now became your house. Your house.
Yes.
Interesting.
I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in those states. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had 2 shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I iron it, most money I wear it. But no, I need to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you got the office first, you pay for the table, you got the accommodation, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your 2 pants and one trousers and 2 shirts that when you wash today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dry it, iron it, the next day. Exactly. My house was 1 short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I wash these things, iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the office. Because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helps me? I will come there. What helps me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So Amdoba came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking. They shouted, "Who is there?" They said they are army officers. I said, "Which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night?" So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. What I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually come in. So they break in and breaking and breaking, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then they came to my rescue them. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still worked in that place. This happened in Yama, in GRE.
Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosite Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us the time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, that's a wrap on Icon to program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You'll be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
ITV
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD. The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
certainly the best.
Good afternoon to our viewers and listeners at home, and welcome to another exciting edition of Itches and Voices. Itches and Voices is brought to you by NABVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, a non-governmental organization that advocates for persons with disabilities in Edo State. For a week or two now, we've been talking on inclusive education, a very important topic in the disability community. Because education, as we all know, is a leveler for everybody, including children with disability. And to do justice to our hearing impaired community is our sign language interpreter, Goodluck Omosi. And our guest for today is a stakeholder in the disability community, and is one of the most familiar faces we have on Itches and Voices. Is Kingsley Okoje. Welcome to the program today.
Feels good to be on Itches and Voices, and it's a bit weird for me sitting on this side of the divide.
Yeah, not this seat today. Welcome again.
Thank you.
And yeah, so for a week or two now, we've been talking on education, inclusive education. I think it's a topic we can never get tired of talking about because of the importance of education. And so, as a stakeholder in this community for a couple of years now, what would you give as an overview of the current education situation in the disability community in Edo State?
Oh, in Edo State, it's safe to say that it's far from what it ought to be. We all know that currently, globally, what's trending is inclusive education as opposed to segregated or integrated education that we currently practice in Edo State, and other countries are moving towards inclusive education. And the whole essence is to ensure that no child is left behind, is to ensure that every child have a sense of belonging. I remember in my secondary school days, because that was some sort of integrated education. We had classes with our sighted counterparts, but we needed to go to a special resource room to write our text and our exams. And for the times we would be there and we would not be in class, maybe just taking down our notes or writing our tests or exams, some students who will come and see us will say, why are you people writing your exams here? Oh, probably they are giving you some level of preferential treatment. And that made us feel some sort of way, because we would always get angry and say, no, it's the same thing you are answering in your class that we are answering here. But it would have been worse if they didn't see us in the same class with them. Seeing us in the same class with them made them understand that we can compete with them at the same level. That's what inclusive education does. It also made us make a lot of friends amongst our sighted counterpart, and we didn't feel any different from the rest of them, and they felt they understood our situation and knew exactly what to do around us. That's what inclusive education does. But when you segregate us, you separate us from the rest, it creates some sort of inferiority complex. But away from that, I'm not so happy that in Edo State here, I'm struggling to know if there's any government that has come and had a specific policy for education for persons with disability. Take a simple thing as reasonable accommodation in education. For example, I recall that during the 80s, there was a government policy that said that once a child with visual impairment leaves the primary school, he's taken to a secondary school with boarding facility. And I remember that secondary school was called Benin Technical College. The boys were taken there, and the girls were taken to Idia College. Now, the reason why this policy existed as at then was because I'm sure the government as at that time saw the need to ensure that access to education will not be a challenge, will not be a reason why a child with disability stays at home. So they decided to allocate persons with disability to schools with boarding facility. So that simple adjustment in policy, that simple administrative policy made it possible for students with visual impairment to be able to access education. And I'm sure some of the big names you've interviewed on this program, I don't want to start mentioning names now, we are beneficiary of that policy, because if they had to pay for hostel accommodation, because as I learned as a then it was free, many of them were from poor parentage. Their parents would not be able to afford hostel accommodation. But because the policy made it mandatory that students with disability who are in boarding facility, the girls, like I said, went to Idia College, the boys went to Benin Technical College, that made a lot of persons with disability have access to education. But another government came and for whatever reason reversed that policy and said all students who graduate from their primary level should go to a day school with no boarding facility, and that policy has remained till today. So what you find now is that after primary education, a lot of students with disability just leave school, because don't forget, you only have one primary school for the blind designated here in Benin City. So what happens is that after the primary education, some of them cannot afford to be coming home, coming to school from their various local government, and as such they just stay back. So you start wondering, if a policy was meant to solve a problem, why reverse the policy to create more problem? Whereas other states have moved into a situation where they are expanding their boarding facilities in other schools to accommodate more persons with disability in different local government. So you don't have a situation whereby they are only housed in a particular local government. So they'll say, okay, in Oredu, for example, they pick a particular school, they make it inclusive. In Orion, they pick a particular school. But here in Edo State, it's not the same. Speaking specifically, students are made to go to Yogbe College. Yogbe College has no facility to house persons with disability. The girls are made to go to Idia College. Idia College has no boarding facility that can accommodate. The one they have is a private arrangement and is expensive. Most children with disability cannot access it. So it's a bit, I think it's something the government in Edo State needs to look into. As I speak right now, I cannot tell you what the Edo State government policy on special education is. This has nothing to do with this present day government. It has been on for quite some time, and I think this government has the responsibility now to look into it and say, okay, you know what specific policy can we come up with to solve the issue of special education in Nigeria? The previous government did a bit. They came with Edo Best and Edo Best 2.0, but all of this educational program did not specifically address the needs, teaching and learning needs of students and pupils with disability in Edo State. So we are looking at the issue, because if there's no access, persons with disability will be left out. Access is key when it comes to the education of persons with disability. You have to even solve the issue of access first before you can even talk of inclusion. So that's what I think has been the major challenge in Edo State when you talk about special education. It's not just for the visually impaired. Same thing goes for those with hearing impairment. Another category of persons with disability.
Wow, thank you very much. That was very detailed. And then you mentioned something about students not being excluded with the old special education that is very different from inclusive education. To add to what you said, I think because one of the things we need to fund this, we need money, funds is needed. And I think that's the importance of integrated education. If every school is in different local government, teachers are trained, and students with disabilities are in those schools, we will not need to build different schools that will be called special needs schools. We can train teachers.
Yeah, but I think it's not necessarily all about funding. That's why I mentioned reasonable accommodation. What is reasonable accommodation? Making administrative, procedural, environmental adjustments to accommodate persons with disability. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
I don't want to mention the higher institution now, but there's a higher institution in Edo State here. A girl got admission. She's on crutches. She got admission into that institution, and classes were usually fixed on the 3rd and 4th floor of that faculty. And most time, she will have to rely on her fellow students to help her. They have to carry her like a bag of rice down the stairs, up and down the stairs, for her to be able to attend classes. And it got to a point she just felt that, you know what, I'm done. I'm tired of people carrying me up. And because it tells on her dignity. It makes her, you know, she does not feel comfortable doing that because there are no ramps, there are no lifts. But what will a simple school administration do? That faculty, what will the faculty, the dean of that faculty, the management of that faculty, what would they do? They just think about reasonable accommodation to say, you know what, we don't have the money to build RAM now, but we can make some procedural and administrative or an environmental adjustment. Any class that will have this girl or persons with disability should take place on the ground floor. That does not require so much money to do. Exactly. Just like I talked about reasonable accommodation in terms of policy. It was a policy that said, you know what, any school that has boarding facility, that's where we'll fix students with disability. And that has taken care, because that's what's happening in Lagos. In Lagos, you have what they call Peshili School for the Blind. It's a boarding facility at the primary level. Once its pupil graduates from there, the boys goes to King's College, while the girls go to Queen's College. That is how it ought to be in any other state. You look for a place that has accommodation that can house persons with disability. So sometimes it's not about funding. Funding is key, but sometimes it's about just making simple administrative adjustment, environmental adjustment to accommodate persons with disability.
That's actually what I'm saying. Instead of thinking about building a separate school or for students with disability, if they are integrated into the schools we have currently, and then those adjustments are being made, there would not really be need to want to create a separate school. Because now some people might think, okay, so students with disabilities should not be integrated into schools with children without disabilities. But if those adjustments are made, it will be way easier. It will.
Well, for that, I would say that it's a gradual process. At the primary level, you cannot just introduce inclusive education where you just take a child with disability to a regular school and start practicing inclusive education immediately. It will have to take some level of progression for you to achieve that, because inclusive education has its technicality. And but to get there is to start by laying the blocks. So for instance, let's have, you know, decentralize the schooling. Why will a child from Akoko Edo come all the way from Akoko Edo to Oredo to access education? There should be a school in Akoko Edo that can accommodate children with disability. Same in Orion, same in Ovia. You know, at least if you decentralize it that way, we are starting from somewhere. I recall that NAVID developed a roadmap or a blueprint for inclusive education. It has a short-term, medium, and long-term plan to achieve inclusive education. And I recall we presented this document to the immediate past administration. I'm hoping that government is a continuum, that this government will go back to that document and see how they can adopt it, make any adjustment they want to make, and make inclusive education a reality.
Yes, and I think the name of that document is Distress. Yes, that is the name. And then I want to take us a bit backward to where you started from. Let's talk about the emotional part. You mentioned how your counterparts, your sighted counterparts in school, they were able to integrate, like understand you better and all that. Can you tell us the experience and how to at least let the people understand the importance of not just separating students?
Well, I mean, it's that you can't. One of the things that helps in inclusive education is that when you are raising children, and from primary level, they can see persons with disability in their class. It makes it normative. So they don't see person with disability tomorrow and feel like, oh, it's one strange thing they are saying. From the very foundation, they've already started, you know, associating with children with disability in their classes. They are taught to support, to assist. And so imagine a child from that level, who has been taught to assist a child with disability, maybe group learning, doing group work, and that child grows into a level of leadership tomorrow. Having stayed in an environment that has persons with disability, in formulating policy, he will think disability.
Very true.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but because a lot of persons have been detached from that reality, so when they find themselves in position of authority, disability is not a component that comes to their mind. It's something that is secondary. You have to do a lot of advocacy to make them remember that, oh, there are persons with disability, they are there, they exist. But if it's something that has been driven into their consciousness, because government has a deliberate policy to make the classroom inclusive. So whether you are a child with disability or a child without disability, from primary level, you are associating, you are mixing up with a child with disability, it helps the orientation of that child. And not just the child without disability, even those of us with disability, if we mingle early enough, it takes away the issue of inferiority complex. It takes away the issue of lack of confidence. I'm just using different words, but I mean the same thing. So it helps you to integrate proper, and it builds your confidence.
And I think that's one of the reasons why now, not just on education, that's one of the reasons why I appreciate NAVID, because before coming into NAVID, there were a lot of things I did not know. There were a lot of stereotypes that I had in my head. And it shows how far, although it's getting better, the society is when it comes to the matter of disability. That's why this thing you just said is very, very true. Now let's dive a bit into some of the gaps, because now we cannot keep talking without mentioning some of the specific gaps that you think we have currently in education in the disability community. So if I should ask, what are some of the gaps that we're experiencing currently that you think the government should come to our aid on?
I think I would pick on the issue of assistive device, because in terms of teaching and learning, assistive device is very, very useful. And some of these assistive devices, they don't come cheap. You see, the whole essence of government or governance for me is to alleviate the plight of the masses. And so that's why subsidy is a big deal. That's why government all over the world subsidize certain things to make it affordable and accessible for their populace. There's no reason why, if you go to the United States, if you go to Great Britain, assistive devices are subsidized for citizens with disability. But in this country, it's not so. There are some assistive devices as expensive as £4,000, £3,000. I mean, convert that to Naira, you know what that means. So a lot of persons with disability cannot afford this assistive device, and that makes learning a bit difficult. I see no reason. This is why I talk about making certain policy statements. There's no reason why a child with disability, as soon as you're graduating from primary school, you're going into secondary school, as a matter of very, very urgent policy, government should make it mandatory. As you are going into your secondary school, as long as you're a child with a disability, you are handed a laptop. Because this is not the time and age where a child with disability, particularly those who are visually impaired, will have to rely on typewriter. Typewriter is way back, you understand? So you're handed a laptop. Because in any case, when budgetary allocation is made for education, one of the challenges that when you look into that budgetary allocation for education, little or nothing is provided for special or inclusive education. Why? We should have budgetary allocation for education, and within that budgetary allocation, specific money reserved to cater for specific needs of persons with disability, and some of which should include assistive device for persons with disability, laptops, hearing aids, visual instructional materials for those with hearing, hearing impairment. I mean, I go to some deaf school and I'm surprised that they don't have visual aids to aid their learning. And you know that for a deaf person, visualizing what they learn is very important. And you put them in a school that has no light, that has no visual learning material. So what quality of education is that deaf child receiving? The education is definitely going to be poor. Now you have a child who is visually impaired in a world that has evolved, in a tech world, and there are no laptops for that child to start learning even from primary 5. You understand? Yes. What type of learning is that child getting? It's zero. He moves to secondary school, he moves to the university, he's struggling to get a laptop. Whereas for a sighted counterpart, all he needs is a pen and paper. But for a blind child, he needs a laptop. It's very important. But not many persons with disability can afford a laptop. It's expensive, and that's where government comes in. Subsidize some of these things for the community of persons with disability so that they can have access to education. So I think the issue of assistive device, making it affordable for persons with disability, is a big gap. Then in terms of infrastructure, and this is at the tertiary level, because I'm quite familiar with that level, I find it very curious why a center of excellence, a university that is an eye tower, that's a citadel of knowledge, that should be an example of an ideal society. The university environment should be a template of how a functioning environment should be. And you walk into the university, you see that there are no accessible infrastructure for people with disability. Those on wheelchair, those on crutches, buildings are designed in such a way that they can have no access. Imagine I'm on a wheelchair, or I use crutches, and I'm in a university. I can't go and see my lecturer. Someone has to carry me because the way the buildings are structured. And these are professors, people with PhD. I don't know, when they design this building, how come they don't think disability? Now you are building toilets in schools. You are not thinking of designing the toilet such a way that there will be a child with disability that will come to stay in this hostel. Let's design toilets such a way that those on wheelchair, on crutches can access the toilet. Let's design the sink such a way that someone in a wheelchair can use the sink. Let's design the door in a way that someone on a wheelchair can open. These are little things you expect that the university should take the lead in designing such an environment that is inclusive. But you go to most of these universities, you see TED Fund building structures everywhere, and they build structure, they don't take persons with disability into consideration. So sometimes I wonder, so if you have a vice chancellor, for example, in the course of his work, has an accident and is wheelchair bound, is the vice chancellor going to resign his work? Or a lecturer suddenly becomes wheelchair bound? Are you saying the lecturer should resign? So we must create a society that accommodates everybody. And some of these things does not take so much. It just takes common sense and realizing that this environment is not just for you alone. Yes. It's an environment that should accommodate and that should fit all. And that is why we often say that a society that is fit for one is a society that is fit for all. And no nation can claim civilization if you leave a segment of your society behind.
Wow, that is it. You ended it to a very interesting word. And every single thing you said is very, very true and very, very accurate. And I think because we're running out of time, I would want you to maybe, is there a closing word that you can put out there to the government, even maybe not just the government, people that are in position to help and make education more accessible for students with disability? Is there any word, any statement you'd like to put out there?
I would say, you know, when we talk about this thing, it's like we are begging for government to do what they ought to do. Education is, when you make this thing accessible and affordable for us, you're not doing us a favor. It's our right, and our right is our life. Because the only leveler for persons with disability is education. And once we are denied education, how do you deny us education? It's when you are making policies and you don't make those policies inclusive. It's when you are providing for education and you say, oh, we want to buy textbooks and notebooks for schools. But are you thinking, we are buying textbooks and notebooks. What about persons with disability? How are they going to access their material? What material also suits them? When you are building that school, do you think, oh, there might be a child on wheelchair that will come to this school? Let's make ramps available for those buildings. When you are structuring a building in your university environment, do you think persons with disability? These little things matter. And I think it's high time we started to look at this area and make our environment more accessible and more inclusive for persons with disability. And in Edo State, my beloved state, I think we should take borrow a leaf from what other states are doing. If you look at within the Southwest, they've moved ahead in terms of, I'll use the word that we normally use, special education, even though we like to use inclusive education now. They move ahead. Education over there is more accessible, it's more inclusive for persons with disability. here in Edo State was once Bende State. Midwest Bende State. So we are an old state. So we should take the lead in the South when it comes to special education in Edo State. I think in the South it's only University of Calabar that has a department for special education. I know Uniben is trying to work on something, but it's not a full-fledged department. We need to have a full-fledged department of special education in University of Benin that will provide the manpower for special education teachers within the South region. This is very important. And I want to use this opportunity to call on the Vice Chancellor, the great Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, to do something to look at that area, to ensure that we have a functioning department of special education so that we can produce special teachers, you know, that will serve Edo State and the South region of Nigeria.
Wow, thank you so very much, sir. And I think if there is anything we are going to take home today is the fact that all of this is not pleading, it is a right. And when persons with disability are given their rights, they are given a chance to live like each and every one of us. Oh, it has been an amazing time in the studio today with Kingsley Okoje.
And I must say you've done a good work by wearing my shoes, and it fits perfectly.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And of course, we've come to an end to this edition for this week, and you'll be joining us next week, Friday, where we'll continue. And remember, spot the itch and be a voice. Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Gbajúmọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Gbajúmọ̀.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ile dunogo me wa be ne kai wa bota wa bi dani ho ogi bota owe se edono peru mano hia gba gun ayere na edene na unda we erima eruwa ohia we se epe already mana bi re ni madogu we edogun ameme ibota na uta ge ni ma gwan we dene na oye ijo na nwa na ọgwụ na-egwu aye ogie na ibota na ọya otemere Victor Ibizugbe otu ni nwanyị
adọrọ wa kara de resi alawo ma ga guwa aro atagbe ewa ya kame mami onu wa ya here mata na kekere ni wa ya we legbe owe na tena ma no manya na ari ni meri ni kere we no mo no ya ni ori erugo afegbe ra go waro
ọba atọpẹ ise iyo na wa meno hia wo munuri mana de na we gie ibota na oye oviwa otuwa pastor kabari ne ovi unamuri wa bidan ho oteme Ibizugbe ewu tage me na no dawe obono lare na tie iyo na nwa iyo na inwa wage
ni boyo
kiawo
o ma ya mi o
ise
o sa bo na ga mi ma nwa ti ma mi ebo nwa
na ya nwa daniel okay nana kian wo sa oba na ga mi ma nwa iyo na nwa na ni dan pa yes we ro no as I did mi ma nwa
no okay okay good mami mi no we logo na sunu adobe we so da wana aya nwa so kwa eme we no sa bo no mu da kima imema ema aya nwa
ise
mami ena we na ke na gbo na ke aye na gbo na o bo wa pa ye o so bo no ri afia gbe ni ma ya fefefe we re ri me re u fini me la re ra we la re o so bo oyugwe ogwe ya gbe ma ya
ise
iyo na won ba ye ewe gu wa he emi we bere no ma paru no ma de yuvi we oja wo we udo mo ma we no we gedo o mo na de yo abi
no
we fi we de tu we we ni mami we di ma wa mu da se na o so bo no yugwe gu ma ya ima ato mama ka we ededebede ma pa ma be ya ni yen ma sa do bo no bi ma gbo so pa emi ni ma ya alu ni ma ya alu ni ma ya we màá wà á wẹ̀ mí dàn ní wọn pa yà á gbọ̀ màá wá ní màá yọ ní màá yà á gbọ̀ màá wà èyí ni mo màá bẹ̀gẹ̀ má rè ya wọn ọ̀rọ̀ náà wẹ̀rì ní mà ní ọmọdé yìí fún òkè kíẹ́ bọ́gà yẹ ànàtẹ náà yà wọn ọ̀rọ̀ náà ọgbọ́n òkè kíẹ́ òwú náà sì yẹ gbé máa ń rẹ̀ màrẹ́ gbọ̀ wọn ọ̀rọ̀ náà bá wọn òrè ọ̀nà mìíràn òkè kíẹ́ èmi náà sùúrù dáyé máa ń rẹ̀ màrẹ́ tó òrè bàmá ọ̀pá òrè ọ̀rọ̀ náà ọ̀mìíràn àmì rẹ̀ òkè kíẹ́ nusu dai na he magemi amere o mama edo onya ayo aye na inwa suge den we na we yopa akwe omo na de yuve na me we no okike ma ya ma ya we na ma de yuve o ya me wa u fi weriye edo bi no we no de yuve do pe aye oba to pe
ise edo no pe wa hon mi no ti ma mu emi na e kere bi no ya mo yuto iyo na won na o ke ga enwan na rie uwe mi ke ni no sunu enwan na riwo bi mi ke ni no sunu o eni esi no eni da no enwan bi eni na we ro bi ni no sunu na iwe ni wewe ro uya nwa ni gbo uya dolu ni meji uya dolu kiawe ji uya dolu gi wa weji gimale ma gwe era no nya wagwa no kane edioma ga wune eni no yido asu ni wieke nu dawe ye ma dolu gi wa yi okekpa nu dawe o ma kwe mokugbe okekpa eni so ga isu nu we ye ho we yi e court mi agiye iwie amadasun no diomaga ni no keke wo ri no to ga e court agiye we no okeke nu ya nwa umi e na do lo weyi ni okeke we do ayere no wa amadasun iraje e no bi sun o te do na ni atera to gi ga hu yo to okekpa o ga ga owo na egbe ni ne ni na mi aga wina edioma akpa ne muda oga ni yuto ne e monoragbo me he we baba ya ga yuto o wa no rigo mo wa owoge no diono no re ye ka ladidi owoge nu poge ba no no re no pa owogo na no ehin ya ho ne na ri be fuero oni okbi ani no we ni okegi we nu dai eni no sunu da madasun ye mi enwa we nu keke e do aye ri ona ya enwa edo no pe eni kemi no we mi enwo tagun na wese ni owe ho di we ni we ri ebo de wan we mi ebo ni we ama nwa na egbe we iyapa ni ekene do aye ni ana eri ore no me odio we no rebo di we ni we no sunu na reviva na na yo isi gbelegbe nu de 2 by 2 nu de 500 by 1000 ni mo anaye kuwe ya me asefe nokpa ebuwe ni bu yu ntai ni bu wa ye rega ni anu di gbina na gbina igbina pia igbina sisi de ni we ba de wan we ri ebo dio we o kayele wa e ma ni bu wa akia mu wota gbon tabi yebe de we be no we mi iri so no sunu de wo we zebe wuta zebo kayele awara record ewu viva wara guye moto ukpi se idogba a lawyer ga mi ero a judge ga mi ero a police ga mi ero where how where e awa zero yo owe no ma we agbo ne kwele iwe be zero nya won ora yiro owo bi adafe ayiro nya obi ogwe ga yuhu owo nya iwe ni na agbo na ki ijo na nwa demi no sunu we no wo awara agbo awa agbape ebi kere wo yo wodore we mateka ro wa se yo we ga we ni ma aga iwe ora ige we ni kere na mateti e kwaro ni ga oja ipa wo wodo ye kaka bodo to ta se boge mu da we ni ido ya nwa ijo na nwa ni magwa kana inyo na nwa no kan mo do mu unda uzo ano gbeda oje uzo ana ye no ki utama we odo mo bi ate ba we sa wa na ido ga gba we bo sun ni
niwa Israel yiva
ege mo boro bi do
una ka topa ban ma we kiri yo
okay
mo we ro we ya ta mo give away we that for you know the help matters ebudi de we mi okay da mi ho so bo na egwu wa pa yo we ri ye doge yi so bo na oge mahamu allow down
no sun da ba bi ona ya nwa ni
yeah we are nwa who da me bege oku na ya agwe oku no give ha egwu iduime na me tale
agege
ye ata oku na gba we ma gwa na oruyi oda fo eri wa me yi na alo no ma no yi na wa wu omo fode eku ma give me ku ya jo wa o na ra ori wa de ekirima ni ma fimoti mari okran ni ma hia ihia we gimate wata ma gbe ekirima egbe ewune ma ema ewune ma ma ne
esa
vebe okade numu yotona gimageli re na mu pa mu re o ma na mewe ogi na ya bowa ayo rebowa tó wà lè gbọ́rọ̀ kwa gima ye mata gbogba ni mami kena lado o da o baba na ma ne bi ewo na edo de do wa kewe ni bezi o da wa ya kena mi edo ma to re de edo ma re deri ekede owe edo iru ene kebe nata mi ata bi yeke no pa wa bi ta do bi me go yikovia eri yekore owa ufipa e ma ya gbe ni yi o bari mana ma ya temu na taba ki ma mo eri yeke
ise
ala oda ma ya ya
ise
wa to oba to ipe o
ise do no pe o zebe ni hunta na gbera gi we no dani ime na di weni ni weyere eni ke ni ba mona iwe ni ya kin o salo ba ke ri enwa ni ma no ri ma erere na ya wo emi no ma ke mi nema noro ni ma babori
amuni fuwa
no ma noro aya wi mo dai ara ke wa pa ona me di ho ni ma ni ma ya ga eme ke mi esi ke mi da aye ho no ibi da noro o ke bere gboro ikwa egbe na mi ewu yin eso we na ho ikwa egbe ni we o no sunu da we unda we ya nwa unda sunu da ma be ge okike we ya nwa tokma wa ke ba pa ao eni na dege no si awe sunu ori enwa na wa we to bu we da be ge iwe mi no kwa we be bu we bo ukebegbe oye ima ohutana na ya ka we iyo na nwa negbere eni no sunu da ho ni iye ewemade bo omo iya enwa iwe gbe mu etinya ose oso wa ho ye wodo na wa la wa we re yo ni nwa we no ri ohweva we mo pa so pa we na ra o we emi we wa uni emi esi no okeke ga ri enu we te ya oji owo we na ya oji odobi obi wo mo nu we te mu etinya ga o hewo mai emi mari zeyu nuwe mazige sukuna nu mazeyo enize bi ya agbezobu ya ari da ekokiyan emi ogi enu sanowo duari pase yo nogi tomusayo e ma be rio we da de ge we no radmo u ya nwa na egbo e nda o kana be ijona wana emi no bu odeka ma re godon we egun igbina otona gbinaji unupo na ya ho owege na ya gbe ogoma ege na muria no whether igege na kenorie we no dion we emi no keke no we nu tiebo mo ba be do meeting we oko ezona no record no re police station orupi se ade ya we na ewe bo ne bo na me na godao ade joni nwa so pa e mani buro ete amaye mie egwa ojide na ka ewe chief oji awa obini ero justice of peace egie omba idolebo na the justice of peace ami am I make justice of
akpata dizigandewe ari kema no rase
alawa gbo odayo takwa ni la yini takwa oyenusi la yini osunbo takwa ya la yini so hold on
eti ari egeji
teme cavalry
otani no mari wan eti ari egeji
na la yini owo bonbon o saba gi ma degbe de ba yo owe idolowo o si oba
lao igo wo ma fi ayo ohun emi no sunu da osunbo anini ofere be police gi jamu a police so gi janwa oji no na ri mere na ja inwa we amami adiyan
moto loruwa ewe iya na yin ni wa ibu boyan iya na yin mi na kokoko filoka yito to koko moto rahian ye ho so pan ye okeke onko emma mami ewe mamu yoto na ewe no gbadun no fu mayagbe no dole wi manayi no ya lauda wa guna me no gona ite de yo me ti yo go logo ma alauda o emeno edo to temu ni maya o lauda o ni maya mami o baimo o wi la dede o na we ega yin be na ge wi me no mani me e ko na ma no ba o na ma newo o na be muhi no buyuto so kwa e ma so na mu e mo ba o no mu e mo ba o mo e mo sadobua huda oba o sadobu mana no ibe ro de na maberi o sadobua ro de mu no go no be bo ba de so allow that mo yami baba na ni e me ro meta na we ni magun kana no kana aya nwa bra ke ya won na we abe no sun da roge ba e no sun na ma o hu do mo me ya boy u fi with there o we ya me nwa ni u be ke no sun da roge ba ona wuyo we ge we gbe radio no gbe radio ge su idawe o le adu ge re u ya di owo in school e di na ti e bi mu na we there o igo lo yo igo don lo ni to ba ni legi ma lu
ise
baba na ihe ta mi ma na do kenere wa kenere si wa gi ma mi ma ta da gbe a gi ma lu eri ne ma ya gwa le bi no ma
wese
ba to ipe o
ise edo no pe oni zege di o ka pa yo mo enwu ta na ga ijo na won o popa ke yaro ona ri oku eva okune no keke odoga ewe omodion okuno no kao okenye be and eni ibuna no bungwa obo obi ogi zukpo giva bukbia yena ira owe ni egbo hani no vi edoga odion okay ipana ari dobo ogi so dobo na obona talini ya mabowe ye onu vi ira odion vi gewa obona woma obona do webu na wone ona we yo wi akhi iye kere ba to kana mame ori we yo wi akho na wono mo ari wona wa so wa bu ta kwere bu da oge ona gwa ra iri ba o ta no da do we no la wa ni ku bi ba ku ba na wono gbera ri yoko wa otiko no mo wi akhi na no mu yiba no mo no mo nu da o ha no mu nu akhi ni da o ha ona we edetegbe oga mi no su no da bi bu khani no no gbe ona bu yen ho yena mu ya kona muru ona ru ayukmo ona adiwa oiso wa no ziegbe e ma ri ba e neri ba ota ibe ka kuboye ni lo ye ne yena igbira go tiku ona bu yen aya we no bowe ni ewu ori se ba enonya mana mi enwa yena ri miamia ke no bowe no munu akida yena imunu ahe ona mudawa wa wo ba amowa wa menu amobogbe wa mukawu yena imu ahe ni ona mudani do ogijo money keni be kan yo na we ni wa mo dai eri kemi no ke alare no wa gbele adine yin ye mari yere go bowo ni e mo nu da wa e dagi mu evue na ladia evue yin asaka yin yana ladia bubo bi ake ni yana buwe ari wa oho ni no mo ya ke na iri e lo ye ni loto iya bi o to bi ka lo ye re ni
na asaka la iwe na la ho na la unu na la ya ona ba gbele me ha ibi okoro na gbele oto ede gi gbe yen yo re bo fi o ogere asaka fura buri na samudia ona wo de ka ni pagbe la asaka roto ona ya ibi ye asaka yule e money ha na wa wulo ona so e boya na vere wogi yogi you need taking up here gi una ni etemu na e we ni no re ba na ki we no job obiokpa that give you aye we anike e de obiede e we ni dance we nyoma we no dane o kana di we ni we ro we jo na wa we ugbe na fi yeki o ti ya rara o ya ra yu e o be ya ra te e o ya ika we jo na wa o be re ra ro owo na ona we ewie ona wo yere ho omoni no wo be bia wa kewu ona wo e ho o wa ri ba agbon ni bi o wa wu bi se o ma se go pa ibi ni na do nwa ya na pa ya lawe ya ma ji yare obi owo ile ije guswa no gbezobu iya pa ya mi pi mu na Jesu kufo ona do agba ore dede edede na ga so dede gbe na we se wave ya gbo yin na no na we wo ke dede na mi we obi owo gba ore wa na so owo e ma re da gbo ke aye owo mo na ya ti kara bo dole da gbo yo we yo gba ore ni owo mo ni eke ya oji mba si le suku na wona na we aye obi are ni eke wona wu ni ewe nege ma yo yo mo no ri ra ni e butana e do na we ya jo na wa yo bo pa meruwe benu yo mogere benu ya mogo owe ibi no wa ke go we love your neighbor benu ya love egbewe we mo ge ba we ze ya we ni we ya we egbewe e wo bi o ma re oye ijo na wa uga o ku no dueki e be so dueki ara yo boss iro wa unda ye ri 5000 ya ri ra re de ni ra ku 7000 ye ri 2000 ari wa ora izo pe no the boss iro wa okieki ola wa o ma ni we ya do e di we ni we ba we ne do e ba di we ni we the no sunu da ge ba we no bo ebo no kan we wa o we re ma no ka zo bo ne ri ragbon di we ni we ba we ne tisa we ne police di we ni we ni no ka gbera ijo na wa oye uta ni magwa kan de na ete eduno peru de ni we na wese ni owe o no we dege no se awe sunu le na to ka e ma we ni we aya wa o ka le soro ora le yo ka le re usai waso o ma wuyo to we no le ro ka le na di we ni we ra ojo we na okeke ojo we soro no wa ze ojo we o ite life o amo abu we no do we no ro na no so lo bari e de nana wa ya dole we ise na do ni we gbe okukin adori o we ire kian we no odo no nya wa yo na wa emu na mi we era ga pa me odo si okuku bele le meva we ne baba pe mi we ra gbon na wa ga de ni we ya wa de no sunu da maria be we na madasu de ni opa ni we ya wa we no ho no ko wodo na pa la no pa ko wodo na pa la no pa ana ido mi wo so obi ne isenu bie na e ma no ka we gbe ni de ni amiro kabari tomo wa la agu e mami awe na zi egbe lo gba wata ebibi aso eni mi huni ta edunewu wa edunewu izomo wa wesi mo adam ihona mata mami we be je gba iha osu wo he oge odilekwa mami we na me ko ni ma da lo give owo emudia owo ami obi oyi ya temu iya awulo wa ko iya awulo poi so bo no like bi ma awulo suva so bo no yibo ni ma ya la woda me no guana mata ma we na ya tie mi abi tori gbe me e ki na tori gbe me na tori wa ni dakime
gele ira me me okwe hawri we ma we guana ibi ira me iye na gibi me ime fi yan bagbe magbokuba ira me giro iye me giro iyiyan no we bi ole eyi mi ro so pa ime din ayi me agowi owiye and owiye mageleke osabo fi agbe mo mami ọ̀wọ̀n ni mi kọ́ ẹ̀ dàn lórí àgùnbí omi ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ìlú òsàlógba ẹ̀míàmíà ọ̀rẹ́ ìnáwó gẹ́ sábà ẹ̀ di máa dé ìyè kè lọ́la ọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ẹ̀mí ọmọ ẹ̀rẹ́ yóò tọ̀ òsàbà nẹ́ẹ̀gì ológun máa ń lànà gbèsè bẹ́ẹ̀ni màá yá tẹ̀ náà ọ̀wẹ́ àwọn ẹ̀mí ni màá gbọ́ àlọ́ bọ́ ẹ̀ àwọn ẹ̀mí wọn náà da ogieva lórí wọnú da ẹgbọ ẹsẹ mana so ko ugena so fún mi rẹ na
wẹsẹ erimagẹ ibizugbe ẹdùnú pẹ̀lú makaka bọ pọmú wa náà dání òun ta ọrẹ nínà n'ọkà rẹ ìjọ náà wà ọ̀tá ma ẹgbẹ́ bí ma gbọ́ ẹgbọ́n ẹkọ̀ wẹ́ ara náà wọ́n ta wẹ́ ẹkọ̀ wẹ́ ọkà yẹn kìíní ya fẹ́ wẹ́ làọ́ èmi náà dẹ́gẹ̀ yá bọ̀ ọmọdé èmi ní wọ́n yá bọ̀ ọmọdé ní ayọ́ náà wọn wẹ́tò bú wẹ́rẹ́ èrò nìgbò ẹ̀ ní ó nìgbò ẹ̀ ní òun dá ọ̀rọ̀ sàlóbárùn dàẹ́rì àwọn onímọ̀ náà yà á gé ọ̀rùn dàẹ́rì rè wọ́n ní mà ní mà yára wọn lára yé mi kémi náà dẹ́gẹ̀ rè náà wọn yàrá wọn ní gbọ́mà ìbá màá náà mú gé ẹ̀ ìbò tà náà sẹ̀ òfò mẹ́ ọbẹ̀ kò zọ́ àná dé ọba àtọ́pẹ̀ yìí.
aláwọ̀ dá àmà yàrá mi ẹ̀ o ilé ma tu ẹ ibi gosaya ilé ma tu ẹ ibi ẹdọjà ni dàmíhìmá màgẹ mi olóògùn ikọ àfọwọgbogbo ọyàrá ọbẹ ní jésù.
ọba àtọpẹ ìṣe.
ITV, certainly the best. Gloria,
certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is, she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school. She didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon. So you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibioma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibioma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibioma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibioma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault, and going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, would I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that. No, for me it's wrong because it's not our fault. Basically, it's not our fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce, for, probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake, it could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, they should be separated. They should stay apart, Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is.
What position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women, this has to do with family, okay? If you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that, Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with her.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
There's a part where I agree with her.
Okay.
Because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. A mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right?
Course.
Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay, behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman, and he said to me, he said, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, you know, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church
Trying to
her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such saying?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a ground for her to now peer up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably is a ground for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person, it's a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising
even to the
people not to, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the cause came from a place of a personal interest? like the man that spoke behind the camera said, she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, you know, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Cause is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, I mean, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such causes can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, you know, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. You know, like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and you know, God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Koran went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, you know. So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, you know, or we have a new dispensation now, you know, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, you know, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and all of, and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
Go
ahead.
For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man, it's not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, it's acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this course will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the
it.
Muslim, you said the man goes to meet
the woman. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it
No,
not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. When you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. And maybe there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene. Was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife would have caused the husband already?
Okay.
Abandoning the
children and everybody. Strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases, it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, whoever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or, take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here.
Yeah.
What will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us gift advice. Let's love ourselves.
Yes.
Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet, also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your
yes.
husband. But give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa Ibom. I know you're from Akwa Ibom State, and I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa Ibom. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. They will tell you, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food.
Their wives.
And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. I mean, there's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Uremugegos. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV